Hi, good evening, and welcome to the True Master Games YouTube channel, and welcome to the third game of 7 games, 7 days, our 1-week event where we run 7 one-shots in 7 different systems. Tonight, we are playing a pretty brand new role-playing game that was only released about maybe 2 months ago or so, kickstarted about a year ago. It is called Zweihänder, which is a name that some of you might associate with very big swords that you need 2 hands for. Zweihänder is German for 2 hands. So it's a 2-handed sword. That's the name of the system, Zweihänder. It is a grim, dark fantasy system, fairly realistic. The fighting is very vicious, and you can die fairly quickly in this system, especially if you're not much of a fighter. It is a love letter, really, to Warhammer Fantasy role-playing game of 1st and 2nd edition, has been influenced by it quite heavily, and it's basically like Warhammer 2.5 in some ways, although the rules are, at the basic level, fairly similar, but if you go in a bit deeper, they do differ quite a bit here and there. Tonight's one-shot is called Dance of the Dead. And we have 4 characters and 4 players, and they will be introducing themselves shortly. But at first, let me give you a quick introduction into the rule system. It is a D100 rule system, which means you have to roll under or equal to or under your stats. In this system, you never do attribute checks. So your 7 basic attributes, which are combat attribute, brawn, which is your physical strength, basically, and also your physical toughness. You have agility, you have perception, you have willpower, you have intelligence, and you have fellowship. I think they're all very self-explanatory. You're never rolling straight on to those attributes. Instead, each attribute has a number of skills associated with it, and all your rolls in this game will be skill checks, except for damage rolls. That's really the only 2 rolls. Not counting magic, but we don't have any magic in this one-shot, so that's not important. So you only have skill checks and you have damage rolls. That's all. Attacks, defending, all these things are all skill checks, which are based on your combat attribute. Each attribute has something that's called an attribute bonus, which is immediately to your right, at the right of your attribute on your character sheet. It's basically the first digit of your attributes. Mostly. So if you have like a 43 combat attribute, for instance, your combat bonus will be 4, because 43, the first digit is 4, right? The attribute bonus, however, can be changed by buying upgrades with experience points and so on, which a lot of you have done with your important stats. These attribute bonuses play a role in things like initiative, things like how much damage you deal, how much damage you can tank, also things like encumbrance, like how much can you carry, and so on and so on. And also degrees of success if you're making opposed checks against someone. But we'll come to all this during the adventure. I don't want to delve too deeply into the rules of it this time, because it would take too much time. We'll just use it as it comes. Be aware that there is 2 sort of things called thresholds in this Zweihänder game. There is a peril threshold, and there is a, what's the other one called? A pain, I think? Pain threshold, is that correct?
Damage threshold.
Oh, damage threshold, that's right. So one of them is your mental hit points, basically, and the other one is your physical hit points. You don't have a number there, you just have levels. And how that exactly works, we will get to that eventually, but be aware that as you sink down, get more and more levels of peril or damage, your character will get weaker. He might become deranged or extremely nervous or heavily injured. It is, as I said, a fairly dirty, fairly dark setting. So things like wound infection, things like mental stability, and all these things play a not insignificant role. And also things like bleeding to death while you're still fighting. It's not a system where you have to hit 0 hit points to start bleeding to death. But as I said, we'll come to all this later on. Now, there's 2 more things I would like to mention. There's something that actually plays quite an important role in Zweihänder generally, which is called your corruption points. Even though I quite like the system, it's a bit too complex to use it for this one-shot. I didn't want to go too deeply and use all the rules. So we will be ignoring corruption mostly during this one-shot. But in later one-shots, we will be explaining corruption rules in a bit more detail. Basically, corruption is things that influence your alignment in a way, I suppose. So if you do bad things, if you're selfish and an asshole, you gain corruption points or come into contact with different types of magic and stuff. And it might shift your alignment up and down and give you physical or mental derangements and so on and so on. But as I said, this is a one-shot. We don't have to worry about this in this very first introductory one-shot. For those of you who might already be familiar with Zweihänder, you will know that there is a basic and intermediate and an expert tier of characters. We are playing, because this is an introductory one-shot and I have never played it before myself, at the basic level. So these are beginner characters, fairly weak all in all. Not that you can never really be super, super strong in Zweihänder and beat like 20 people in a fight, but still. And now with this, oh, and sorry, one last thing. There is something called fortune points. Fortune points are a group pool. We have fortune points of 5 fortune points at the start of this one shot. They do not replenish over the course of this one shot, except for one single thing. One of our characters, played by Kevin, our character Drick, the grave robber, has a special ability that allows him to sometimes refresh fortune points. As I said, fortune points are a group pool, so you can all draw upon it. However, every time a fortune point is used, it turns into a misfortune point, which is basically something that I can use to strengthen my NPCs in combat and otherwise. Once I use it, it is discarded. So be careful about fortune points. Don't spend them too easily and too quickly. You might need them later on. What you can do with fortune points is one of 3 things. Firstly, very simple, you can re-roll a skill check that you had just failed, ideally. Secondly, you can buy an additional action point in combat for yourself. So Zweihänder has an action point system in combat. Every character has 3 action points per turn, but we'll come to that once our first combat starts. So you can buy yourself a 4th action point. And the third thing that you can do eludes me at the moment, actually. Let me check. Oh, yes, exactly. When rolling damage, you roll d6 and add something, basically, and that's your damage. And then the opponent subtracts stuff from it. If you roll a 6, the dice explodes. So you can continue rolling another 6 and another 6 and so on. So as long as you're rolling 6s, damage is added. So the first hit can technically kill you if the opponent just keeps rolling 6s. With a fortune point, before you roll damage, you can say, okay, this damage die that I'm about to roll is going to be a 6. I'm not rolling it, I'll just turn it into a 6 with a fortune point. NPCs with misfortune points can do the same thing, just so you are aware. So action points, reroll skills, and do a lot of damage in combat. Those are the 3 uses for your fortune pool. And that's it so far, rule-wise. Everything else will be explained within the game. I hope you're not too confused. It's actually a fairly simple system at its core, although it has a lot of little bits here and there as we go deeper in. We'll see how much of that we will be actually using in this one-shot. Now, let us set the scene. Our scene for tonight's one-shot, The Dance of the Dead, is the city of Melgard, a massive metropolis of about 250,000 people. It is a city ruled by the Council of High Lords that reside in the Spire, a massive tower rising high above the city, an ancient tower built by an inhuman race that has gone extinct and disappeared a long time ago. This spire stands in the Gold Quarters, the very center, the noble district, the district where rich merchants and noblemen rub shoulders with each other and many coins pass around. Melgard is a city of gold, a city of blood, and a city of bone. Gold, and these 3 are not only its colors, gold, red, and gray, they are also the things that make Melgard strong. On one hand, trade. Melgard is situated in the center of a continent. Both the trading cities to the south and the tribes of the north pass through Melgard. It is a breeding pot of cultures, and there's a lot of coins passing hands here. Melgard is also a city of blood, for there's a lot of violence, especially in the poorer quarters, like the Mud Quarter, where tonight's one-shot starts. But it is also a city of violence because there are mercenary companies encamped around its walls at all times. and often used in struggles of noblemen and merchants against each other, and often used by foreign princes who come to hire their services for their own domestic wars back home. And last but not least, Melgard is a city of bone, for it has built upon multiple layers of old cities, cities that have crumbled nearly to dust, but here and there, like the spire itself, there are remnants of it. It is also a city of bones because the priests of the Hooded One, or as he's called Hood, the final lord, the god of death, are quite influential in this city. And there are a lot of graveyards, and there's a lot of ancestry worship going on. There is even a massive necropolis, a city of the dead, not far from the Eastern Gate. And this will be something that our player characters will be visiting in tonight's one-shots without spoiling too much. Now, the crime gangs rule the mud quarters where this adventure begins. One of those crime gangs is known as the Red Hook Gang, and their leader is Grimwald the Butcher. He's called the Butcher because he's an actual butcher, but also because his enemies, once he's through with them, well, let's say they look like animals, butchered up and cut to pieces. There's even rumors that some of the Red Hook Gang eats their enemies after killing them. Anyway, they are not particularly nice people, but nonetheless, they are a significant power in the mud quarters. And as fate has decreed, all four of our characters over the last couple of months have found themselves indebted to the Red Hook Gang. They have borrowed money, they have planned schemes which had not come to fruition, and now they owe more money that they can hope to ever pay back, at least in the short term. However, as they very well know, the gangs do not only deal in debts and money, but also in favors. And on this late summer afternoon, messengers have come to all four of our characters, messengers sent by the Red Hook Gang, telling them that Grimwald the Butcher declares that their debts are due. They will meet him in the slaughterhouse, which is both the headquarters of the Red Hook Gang and an actual slaughterhouse. And there he will tell them what favor they can do for him that will wipe away their debts and make them free again, well, or at least as free as any man, woman, or child can be in the city of Melgard. So, as we are starting this one-shot, our four characters have just met up in front of the slaughterhouse, a large old stone building deep within the mud quarters. There's a small bridge and a stream running past the slaughterhouse, one of many, many streams floating through the mud quarter. These streams carry very little pure water. There's mostly mud, excrements, and other refuse that has been thrown in, which is one of the reasons why the mud quarter has its name. The slaughterhouse smells. You can already smell the smell of stale blood. You can smell shit, which is not unusual in the mud quarter, and you can smell sweat and cooking fires, and as people are slowly starting to settle down for the evening. It is late afternoon now. And you are all waiting in front of the slaughterhouse as one of the Red Hook Gang has basically gone to announce your presence to Grimwald himself. And now, as always, I'll give our players the chance to introduce their characters real quick. So guys, give me mostly a physical introduction into your characters and tell me what are they doing at this very moment as they are standing in this group of people and have realized that these others must have been called here for the very same reason as you have. And we'll be starting with Philip on my immediate left here. And Philip is playing an apothecary by the name of Wilfried, known in certain circles as the Dust Man. So Philip, go ahead and give me a quick introduction to Wilfried.
As Alex said, I'll be playing Wilfried the Dustman, a rather old guy. He's actually years old. He is quite slender build, a bit bigger with a height of about 1, but very small and frail figure with only 172 pounds. He has already white, black eyes. There's somewhat shabby clothes, a hood which he tends to pull in front of his face, and he likes to hang back a bit and watch the situations unfold. He's not the most social adept guy, and he doesn't like other people too much. So he basically hangs back and musters and gives a good look to the other people who have been called here. And the reason why he is indebted to the butcher is because after making his education to an apothecary, he tried to basically start up his own shop. And in order to start a shop, you need quite a lot of money, which he borrowed from the Red Hook gang. Also, while also paying some protection money for his little establishment, and mostly offering some more interesting services to the criminal underbelly of Melgard.
Yes. All right, excellent. That is the first of our lucky bunch today. We'll see how long they stay lucky. That was Wilfried the Apothecary. Moving over from Philip to Neil, who is playing Elgin the Smith today. Go ahead, Neil, and give us a quick introduction.
Yes, Elgin, mid-20s, average build, but peculiar discrepancy. His upper torso, his arms are kind of very taut, very muscled, whereas his legs are incredibly kind of thin and spindly in a pair of stockings. His forearms and his hands are covered with little pink scars and pits, the result of burning flesh from carrying out his trade as a smith. He's got a sort of heavy, drooping moustache, which is kind of groomed and sometimes plaited. A heavy brow ridge, sort of overhanging his sort of watery brown eyes. So heavy, in fact, that the rumors are that there's ogre blood in him somewhere, allegedly, supposedly. In terms of demeanor, he is easygoing, easy to get along with, but you get the sense that he's all surface. He's shallow, plausible, but never commits. He's indebted to young Melgard, to Grimwald, because he used forged coins to pay an earlier debt.
Excellent. And that will be Elgin the Smith. Moving over to Kevin, who is playing Drick, as he calls himself, or as he's called by his few friends that he has. And Drick has a very interesting occupation that he doesn't really usually share with other people. For Drick is a grave robber, which is in a city like Melgard, where the priesthood of, well, Hood, the hooded one, is fairly strong. Not an occupation without its perils, if it became known that you are in this occupation. Anyway, Kevin, give us a quick introduction into Drick.
Okay. Drick is kind of a lanky man. Not all skin and bone, but he's about halfway there. Yeah. Probably kind of away from everyone else, not by his own choice, but because no one else could probably stand the stench. His kind of just covered in dark clothes, and like, especially like the trousers and like shoes are just like kind of caked in dirt and mud, kind of just permanently. And he's probably just like kind of like, you know, just kind of like polishing a little, something metal, like little metal holy symbol that's obviously been tarnished for decades, years, you know, however old it is, but for some reason still trying to polish it. Just kind of watching and keeping an eye and keeping himself. So.
All right, excellent. And that is Drick. And last but not least, we have Luciano, the sellsword, a man coming from the far-off southern trading cities of the Mediterranean Sea. played by Brock tonight. So Brock, give us a quick introduction into Luciano, please.
Of course. Luciano, you first see him sitting on a box. He's polishing his halberd with, and you can see on his left hand with what he's polishing with, 6 fingers, which is really his distinguishing mark for his 6-finger Luciano. Not much else about him is super distinctive. He's looks very normal. He's 5'10", 180 pounds, kind of neck length, reddish brown hair. But he's kind of suspicious as well. He has a holy symbol of one of the gods from down in the southern trade ports, and he's a little bit just paranoid of everything. He doesn't want loses one of his 6 fingers. That would be best for him. Otherwise, he's in debt to the Butcher because the Butcher essentially allowed him to become a sellsword. He came to Melgard not really having anything, kind of just trying to get somewhere, and the gang provided some weaponry for him, and so now he's a sellsword.
All right, excellent. And in case you are wondering, guys, on your character sheet, there is a thing called dooming. That is basically an old tradition in this, not just in this game world and in general in the worlds of Zweihänder. At your birth, your parents pay a soothsayer, and he reads the omens, or she reads the omens, and they basically tell you something, a weird kind of prophetic message that tells you how you will find your end. So make of that what you will. Some people defy it. Some people don't believe in it. Some people have it hanging over them their whole lives. But what you make of it is up to you. Now, let us jump in. As you are standing there, the door to the slaughterhouse opens, and this same bearded fella with a sleeveless leather jerkin looks out, and he says, "Right, come on. Grimwald will see you. Come." And he leaves the door open, which is a very large wooden door, and leads you out into the slaughterhouse, which is really 4 houses attached to each other with a main central courtyard in the middle, open to the sky. And there's a little bit of sunlight as the sun is going down at the moment, still streaming in. And you can see several men sitting around. Some of them are carrying boxes. Others are carrying bits and pieces of meat, of freshly butchered animals. One of them is wiping a little bit of the floor. There's thick blood stains there. Others are gambling, rolling dice on a turned over barrel, basically. And these men all carry the symbol of the Red Hook Gang, which is like a C-shaped sort of reddish scar, either on their leather armors they're wearing, or the aprons, or some of them even have like a tattoo or a scar that's been cut into their flesh. You have seen this many times. The Red Hooks are one of the more notorious gangs of the Mud Quarters, and one of the more brutal ones for sure. And these men, you do sense that immediately, are shallow, and they are sort of empty nearly. You can see it in their eyes. They have killed so many animals. It is their job, and it seems neither like they have lost something of what makes them human. Their eyes are void. There's little expression as they gaze at you as you're crossing this inner courtyard. Some of them grunt to each other, noises that more seem akin to the animals they are slaughtering than to the humans in whose skin they are walking. But none of them seeks to stop you. The one member that is guarding you or guiding you steps up to a door and hammers his hand against it and says, "Boss, they're here." And then opens the door and says, "All right, go on in." And as you step in, he closes the door behind you. And you can see this is a fairly large room. And there's hooks hanging from the ceiling, metal hooks with large chunks of meat, half a pig here, a couple of chicken there, some of what looks to be pieces of cow in the back. And you can see there is a large grate in the middle of the room, probably used to washing away blood. And behind it is a sturdy wooden desk. There is 2 members of the Red Hooks standing on the side, looking at you, again, vacant expressions. And there's a third man, a massive man. He's about nearly 7 foot tall, extremely wide in the shoulder. He's wearing very little, basically just like a loincloth and a thick leather apron stained with many, many layers of blood of all kinds of ages and all kinds of sources. And he's standing over this table, and he is cutting apart a still slightly moving goat. You can see the goat's throat has been cut, and there is a steady stream of blood running down the table and into the grate and sort of flowing away. The stench is quite strong. There's a bit of a rotting smell, and also the cloying, sweetish, at the same time salty, metallic pang of blood that immediately forces your throats to sort of become clogged up with spit and slime. And this man looks up, and you can see a very heavy brow, nearly like Elgin, and a boldly shaven head with several old scars crisscrossing over it. He has patches of beard, but most of it has either been shaven or ripped out, and there's some old scars on the sides of his face as well. And as he looks up and sort of raises a hand in greeting, you can see there's the 2 smallest fingers on his left hand are missing. There's only 3 there. He holds a large knife, a hooked one, in his other hand, and is cutting open the goat as you are arriving, and just takes out a clump of innards and throws them onto the ground next to him. Good, you're here. Well, I hope you can make some time in your busy schedule for me. Cutting open the goat as he's speaking.
You've got nothing but time, looks like.
Right, yes. Well, you all know why you're here. You owe us money. Money that none of you can hope to pay back anytime soon, right?
I approach the table, gag a little bit, but don't throw up at all. And then basically get down on my knees and say, "You're quite right, Master Grimwald. And I guess you want us to pay in with a favor. But before that, may I ask you, if you, of course, if you don't need it, there might be a bezoar in the stomach of the throat. It would be quite helpful for my workings."
I'm afraid we'll be using all parts here. And you're already indebted enough to us, don't you think, Wilfried?
Of course, Master Grimwald. Forgive me.
Now stand up. I'm no lord. You don't have to kneel to me.
I stand up, bow slightly before him, and then take it back.
Your trousers now stained with blood where you've been kneeling in it. Now, Drake, you're the one who'll be leading this little expedition tonight. We need your skills. But the 3 of them, they'll help you out with it. Now, I'm calling all of your debts due tonight. Do a little favor for us, and we'll be even, and you can continue living your lives. Some of you probably know the Purple Rose, right? Tavern close to the East Gate.
Do we know the Purple Rose?
You probably would have at least heard of it. It's a sort of a little seedy, but not completely disrespectable tavern and brothel at the same time. Also, Kevin, you need to rejoin because your robot.
Robot. I'll be right back.
So, as I was saying, the Purple Rose Tavern at the East Gates. You'll make your way there, and you'll meet a man there an hour after sundown, which gives you about, he looks over to the window, 2 hours to get there. This man's name is Felix. He is an acolyte, an initiate of Hood. He has some debts with us on his own. You'll find him in the Rose. You'll tell him that you've been sent by me and that I'm calling his favor that he owes us in tonight as well. He'll lead you to where you need to be. Now, for those of you who don't know, Drick here, he acquires flesh, dead flesh, and the belongings that the dead no longer need. His expertise will be handy to you, for Felix will take you to the Necropolis. There, you'll get me a body. Yesterday, a rich son of a bitch named Elazar Ludring died. This morning, he was entombed in the mausoleum of his family, merchant ilk, pretty wealthy. I want you to bring back the body. Bring it here to the slaughterhouse. Do this for me, and all your debts will be washed away.
Drake kind of brings a hand up to his head and scratching through like nasty ass hair. I know you like him fresh, but ain't that a bit soon? I mean, they just put him in the ground today.
Well, don't worry about that. Let me worry about it. All you need to worry about is to get in there and get back out with the body. As I said, Felix will lead you to the tomb. He knows where it is. His order is once in putting all those rich sons of bitches into the ground. Is that all you need to know? Are there more questions?
Well, I take it we don't got to worry too much about prying eyes watching that tomb. No more than usual.
I don't worry about any of these things, and neither should you. Just try not to run into any unpleasantness, eh? As you know, the Necropolis at night can be a bit lively.
Of course, Master. And this Felix character, I know your reputation and what you do to debtors who cross you. However, are you sure he is to be trusted?
He better be. Make sure that he does what I want him to do. Even if you can't force him to lead you there, you're not free of your debt. You will bring me that body, even if you have to open up half of the tombs in the Necropolis tonight. So
Of course.
Felix.
Of course. And should he prove untrustworthy, shall we bring him here as well?
Let me worry about Felix and his debts. I'll deal with him in time if he refuses, but I don't think he will. He's a rat. He looks like one, he acts like one. Just squeeze him a bit if he doesn't immediately do what you want, and he'll cave in.
I bow again a little towards the butcher, and remain silent.
So, Drick, you know the Necropolis not very well because you prefer to do your job on the more local cemeteries, simply because they are less dangerous. The Necropolis is an ancient place. It has stood here, some say, before the city of Melgard, and there's all kinds of weird rumors going on there. You have seen a few things in your lifetime, and you do not necessarily want to run into these things once more. Also, you know that the Raven Brothers are guarding the Necropolis. The Raven Brothers are a mercenary order that are hired by the Church of the Hooded One to basically guard the Necropolis, to patrol it at daytime and nighttime, and to deal with characters just like yourself, in fact, mostly, and other dangers that might crop up.
Is it that the Necropolis is ancient and revered, or
well, depends
like
on who you ask.
the rich, mostly for the rich folk at this point, or?
Yes, exactly. Most for rich folk this so far, but it depends. Some of the poorer families, if they have ties to what are the founding fathers basically, still have the right to be buried in the Necropolis. Even some of the poorer families, who are still quite proud of that, actually, put their bodies into the ground there. However, the Necropolis is massive, miles and miles and miles. It's an actual city of the dead. It's just been built on and built on and built on over the course of many, many generations. And some places have not been visited in years or decades even. Not by mortal touch, anyway.
And I imagine there are rumors of dead walking or
all kinds of stuff, shady dealings. Some say that all kinds of criminals and deranged lunatics are drawn to this place. But yes, there's plenty of talk about the dead walking. In fact, you have seen something like that once or twice in your life yourself. At a larger scale, is that confirms or common knowledge that that does actually happen, or is it mostly just kind of hearsay? Well, it's not necessarily common knowledge. I mean, most people sort of assume that it happens. Some say that's just superstition, but most people know better, especially amongst the poorer people. For it is not the only place where the dead walk. Sometimes in the city of Melgard, freshly killed individuals rise up. It doesn't happen very often, but many people know someone or have heard of someone in their vicinity who ran into one of the walking dead. And as I said, you have had one or two occasions yourself where you came face to face with such things. Sort of a work hazard, I suppose.
Yeah, occupational hazard.
Yeah. Well then, what say you? Will you do this favor for me? He mostly looks at Elgin and Luciano now.
Couldn't you, sir, possibly put me on a payment plan instead?
We don't do that. You should know better, Elgin.
I thought it worth asking, that's all.
Well, I don't usually do charity work, but I guess I'll do this for you. You kind of are the one that put me in this position.
Charity work? I wouldn't call it charity work, boy.
Whatever you say, boss.
Yes, exactly. All right, then. If you don't have any further questions there, off you go. You'll find your way to the Rose, and from then, Felix will take you. And he turns back to the goat and starts cutting the side of the ribs open and sort of prying her ribs. You can hear the snapping of bones as he opens the ribcage with his hands. Turning his back towards you now.
Well, let's be off then.
I start leaving.
Hey,
I also turn around and follow after after the sellsword and start talking to my companions. Well, do you want to go to the tavern right now, or have you any sort of preparations to do for this task?
I mean, I ain't got much more than what I carry on me, so I'm good to go.
I got my tools right here. It's all good.
Do we want perhaps something in the way of a hand cart to transport this corpse?
Why, this is an excellent idea. Although I don't know the necropolis that well. Do we even have enough room for something as big down there?
In the
So go ahead.
Yeah, in the do any of us know that like how they're buried in the necropolis? Are there like coffins, or is it just like a mausoleum where they're entombed?
Well, some families have mausoleums. Some of the poor ones are just thrown into a ditch, basically. But most people have wooden coffins, yes.
Okay, cool.
But this person was very well off, correct?
Yes.
The person that we're So they probably have like a mausoleum or some sort of elaborate tomb set up.
That being so, we might want to stop off at my workshop for pry bars, shovels, etc.
I've got that
isn't
covered.
it?
Don't worry.
Very well.
Okay. Well, if you allow me, I would like to return to my shop and prepare a few things, and also cleanse my trousers of the goat's blood.
Don't have much time to prepare. It will take you a good hour from where you are in the Mud Quarter to find your way to the Purple Rose. So you maybe have like about an hour to get preparation done if anyone wants to do anything last minute.
Best change quick then. Don't got time to follow guide.
Okay, out of character, I would like for my character, if it's possible, to clean up his trousers, possibly with kind of soap or something, and also to prepare something like an alchemical or chemical lantern kind of thing.
No, any alchemical process, it takes many hours. There's nothing you can do within an hour. You can definitely clean yourself. You guys can maybe organize torches or something. On the quick, that's only a couple copper coins, really. I don't know if any one of you has a lantern. I don't think so, in fact.
Nope.
Lanterns are really expensive. You might be able to organize a couple candles and torches in the short run, really. Not sure if anyone actually has the funds to afford a lantern.
Yeah, I mean, Drake can go pick up some torches or something. Yeah,
Right.
or something.
Okay, in that case, I clean myself and suggest to the party to organize some torches and the stuff that oh damn it, that Elgan mentioned in his workshop, and Drick with
All right. So you'll each go your own separate way, organize a few things, and then meet up at the Rose in about 2 hours, basically, as was indicated. Speaking of organization and equipment, some of you probably have stuff in their equipment which they don't know what it is. So now would be the time to talk about that. Take a look at your equipment on the second page of your character sheet, guys, and tell me if there's anything you're not sure what it is.
Only two things that I don't know for certain are like Folkbane and Gaff Bag.
Okay, gaff bag is basically like a sort of a little bag with a shoulder strap.
Okay.
I had to look that up too. It must be some old word or something, but it's basically
So
like a leather satchel, basically.
gotcha. Okay, so it's not like a bag of tricks or anything like that. Okay.
No, it's just a carry.
Just a
Folkbane is a type of poison that you could use on your weapons, for instance, and it is targets, because that's why it's called Folkbane. It targets mostly humanoids, so it works very well with humans and human-like individuals. It would not work on like undead or something like that.
Thought so.
Okay, Black Lotus, bottle of leeches, quicksilver, and royal water.
Okay, so a bottle of leeches, you know what leeches are, right? Eagle, blood eagle.
Yep.
These leechy things. That's just things that apothecaries do. You don't have to carry that around with you if you don't want to, but you technically have a bottle filled with like maybe a dozen or so leeches that are swimming around in there. Royal water is a sort of... it's like, yeah, exactly. It's like a acid.
Okay.
You
The acid.
pour it onto things and it starts dissolving. You might be able to hurt someone with it, but like it wouldn't kill anyway. It's not strong enough to actually like kill someone unless it's like he's tied down and you pour it onto someone's face or something. So it's something for maybe dissolving like maybe locks or chains or something, less like combat thing. What was the third thing?
Black Lotus.
Yes, Black Lotus is a drug that you can take. What it does is it gives you a +10 bonus to willpower. Let me check that real quick. 265. Yes, Black Lotus. It opens the mind and psyche. It is either smoked or ingested, causing moderate hallucinations. If taken in large enough doses, it can prove fatal. Basically, it gives you +10 willpower for 3 hours. If you take one dose, you only have one dose. However, your perception will suffer while you're imbued with this drug, just so you know. So you might see things that are not there, or you might not see things that are there.
Okay, and Quicksilver is the element or the metal.
Yeah, it's basically, you can't really do much with it by itself. It's just like an alchemical reagent that you are using to mix other things with.
Okay, and then I have 3 smelling salts.
Yes, so smelling salts are these very nasty smelling things that you hold onto your nose, you breathe in, and it gives you a massive shock to the system. Sometimes it's very nice to do that. Basically, what they are is they can help you to regain peril. So your peril threshold goes up by 1 if you use one of those smelling salts. So they sort of calm you down in a way, basically, I suppose.
Okay.
All right. Elgin, I suppose you would know all your stuff because you picked it up yourself, most of it, yeah?
Yes, I just want to check because some of it seems a little odd. Bottle bomb, would I have bottle bombs?
Sure. Why not? It's in the inventory for a commoner. So for some reason, you're carrying a few Molotov cocktails around, basically.
Yes. Also, grave root. I'm assuming...
Is that something you had from the start, really?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Grave root is a poison, I believe, that is good against undead.
Yeah.
Yes. Yielded from a brew made from the roots of trees which have been planted at the head of a grave, plus wolf's bane and other rare herbs. It is an anathema to the unliving.
The question will be how it's delivered, I suppose, in combat.
You can use it. You can smear it in weapons if you wish. You can like force them to ingest it in some ways, I suppose.
So it's ingestion. Okay, I get it. Yep.
No, you can smear it on weapons. It also works that way.
Sure. All right. Yep, that's it.
Okay. And Luciano.
Why do I have mushrooms?
Well, surprise, surprise. That's also a drug. So red cap mushrooms are hallucinogenic mushrooms. Very liked by sort of berserkers and also sportsmen, for they give you extra toughness, basically. They make you tougher and more, grant you with extra stamina while they are working. You have one of them, yeah, I think?
Yeah, I have one of them.
So basically what it does, if you ingest it, it ups your damage threshold by 1, which means that you take 1 damage less from any attack that hits you.
Oh, okay.
The same thing with the Black Lotus. Your perception suffers when under the influences of those mushrooms, as you will experience mild hallucinations and maybe not see things that you should see.
Wait, so it's PCP, basically.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
So, something I forgot to mention rule-wise, guys, that might be interesting. In case you roll a match, so if you roll like 22, 33, 11, 66, stuff like that, that can be good or bad. That is a critical success or a critical failure, depending whether you succeed or fail the check. So if you have a 45 on a stat, you roll a 33, that would be a critical success. If you had a 45 in a stat and you roll a 55, that would be a critical failure. So be aware, if that happens, tell me, please. Call it out. And then we'll see what happens.
Right. Laudanum, I know it's a painkiller. What's it do for...
Yes.
rules-wise?
Laudanum is a painkiller. It is the same thing like smelling salts, only for wounds. So you go up 1 on the threshold once you take it. However, I would not take too much of it. It's very dangerous in higher doses.
Right. Everything else is pretty clear. I don't know what exactly kind of sword a mortuary sword is, but everything else is pretty...
Well, it's basically just like a straight, not quite a long sword as such, but like a normal sword, really. Nothing spectacular. It's very sharp, and it can cut people open, basically.
Cool. Yeah, that's it.
All right, excellent. So, finishing your preparations, about 2 hours later or so, you all meet up close to the East Gate, and from there find your way to the Purple Rose Tavern. It is only about maybe 50, 60 yards away from the gate, so you find it without any difficulties. And you can see, looking in through the windows, there's quite a crowd gathered already. There is the aroma of basically cheap meat, cheap ale, and a lot of sweaty bodies in there. There must be at least 50 or 60 people in there, and there's not much space. Yes, that is what I meant, Philip.
Are there people with weapons in here?
In general, it is frowned upon in the city of Melgard, unless you are like in the service of some higher power, basically, one of the temples or one of the higher nobles or the high lords even, to carry larger weapons in the open. So like a dagger or even your sword is fine. Your halberd will definitely raise some eyebrows and maybe get you into trouble.
Right. Okay. I didn't want to be swinging around a halberd in the middle of a tavern anyway. So
and that's well, good thinking. So, what do you wish to do? There's no bouncer or anything. The door is just open, and people walk in and out constantly.
I presume these are reasonably identifiable by clothing.
You have gotten a brief, basically, description of the man. He's bald, and he has a very distinct, what was described as a rat-like face, basically. And yes, the priests of the Hooded One usually wear simple black robes with hoods that they pull in front, like covering most of their face. But you assume that if this priest is in a tavern, he wouldn't be like in full attire, so to speak.
I hang back a bit at the door and first of all wait up for the others.
Yeah, everyone's gathered in front of the tavern now. And Luciano is just looking at his halberd, thinking about what to do with it.
Any suggestions?
Well, I did actually bring a wheelbarrow with me with a blanket covering up various tools and things. You might be able to just chuck it in there, cover it, and stick it in an alleyway.
All right, sounds good. I throw my halberd in there and stick it in an alley somewhere.
All right.
Well then, let's get going, guys.
Okay, so you enter the tavern. It is quite warm. There's 2 large fireplaces in there, despite the summer heat that's already sweltering over the city. And as I said, it is pretty packed full, about 80%, maybe even 90% full. There's not much space here. People are sitting shoulder to shoulder on the bar with just a few small holes here and there, and there's no single table that is empty. Some tables have like 1 or 2 chairs that are still free, but most of the tables, most of the chairs are also taken. Some people are standing in the back, and you can see they're throwing small daggers or like throwing knives at a target. Another couple tables, about 3 or 4 tables in the back, is where people are rolling dice or playing cards. And there's also a specific smoke cloud. There's quite a lot of people here are smoking pipes and have this sort of churning, salty aroma. No one's really paying you much attention as you walk in.
Do we this anything that matches Felix's description? I'll be back.
Yeah, it always happens to Kevin. I don't know why. Just after a while, his voice goes off and then he has to relog. Anyway, so what do you guys wish to do?
Okay, I look around whether I see someone matching the description we've got.
Excellent.
And after that, walk up towards the bar.
Okay, give me a, let's see, that will be a awareness check. So you're rolling on your awareness skill, which means you're using your perception stat. And that, I don't know if you have skill ranks in awareness.
Yes, I have one of the 3 dots in awareness.
Yes, so each dot you have gives you a +10. So whatever your perception is, you add 10 to that. Because of the sort of seedy, smoky, and pretty full tavern, you will get a -10 modifier on that roll. So you basically roll on your straight up perception.
Okay, that would be 49 on the perception attribute.
Okay.
And
so you roll 49 or less.
44 on the roll.
Wow, that is our first critical success of the night, folks, on the very first roll. As you are looking around, the crowd parts a bit in one place, and you can see on a small table sort of close to the back, there is 2 men sitting, a sort of bulky fat guy who seems to be already drinking fairly heavily despite the early hours of the evening, and a ugly small fella who is bald and has this scrunched up face with a large nose and a sort of pinched together lips with a, and you can see he has a bit of an overbite. Like the front teeth are like hanging over a bit. He actually does look like a rat. Not a particularly attractive face. He seems a rather young fella, maybe in his early 20s or so.
I still walk towards the bar and order myself a cheap ale.
Okay.
And after paying for that and getting that, I walk straight to the table with Felix there.
All right. What does the rest of you want to do?
Shit, I guess I'm following.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for him to get his drink, and then once he starts going towards Felix, just follow him behind, arms crossed.
Okay. You walk up to the table, and the fat guy with the beer is not even looking up. He's just sort of looking down into his beer mug, and you can see there's a few tears actually streaking down his face, or maybe it's sweat. You're not quite sure. As he's sort of wiping over his face with the left hand and looking down into his mug, not even seeming to perceive that you have stopped or approached the table. Felix, the young fella, who is not dressed in a robe, by the way, he's dressed in sort of a simple but clean grayish shirt. He looks up, says, can I help you?
Why, but of course you can. Felix, I presume.
Oh, yes. Who wants to know?
Well, we are here to tell you that Master Grimwald called your favor due, as well as he did with ours.
Grimwald? He looks around. You can see his hands start shaking a bit, and he sort of wipes his hands. And what's he want?
Or is their table kind of like against a wall?
Yeah, like the wall is the left side of the table is against the wall, and then they're sitting on either side. There is space on the right hand side of the table where the table is the entrance.
He's his seat is kind of against the wall as well.
No, his seat is like the wall is like here.
Mhm.
He's sitting like with his left side against the wall.
I'm gonna just kind of like go kind of stand against the wall near him.
Okay.
A little bit, maybe a little bit uncomfortably close.
Okay. He looks over the shoulder. To you.
Well, maybe it would be best to discuss this matter away from prying eyes and ears. And I ogle a bit towards the fat guy sitting opposite Felix.
You don't need to worry about Gernot. He never really hears anything once he's a couple beers in. Isn't that right, Gernot? The other guy just gives like it's like more of a grunt than any words.
Okay, how drunk does he appear? And does he look like he's faking it, or?
That would be a scrutinize check. As you're trying to read him.
Which attribute?
That is also perception. It's on the skill.
Okay. Yep.
Perception.
Yep. No skills. No dots there.
No, you get a +10, however.
Okay. And it is 95 on the roll.
Okay, you have no clue. He looks fairly drunk, but his face is turned away from you, like downwards, and he could be faking it for all you know. I mean, it's unusually early to be this drunk.
I've been standing behind Wilfred and with my arms crossed and kind of approach him like, look, Felix, I trust your friend here is probably not in the best of ways, but this is definitely something we got to discuss outside.
Are you trying to sort of persuade him, or are you trying to come across more threatening?
More threatening, definitely more threatening.
Then give me an intimidation check.
All right, let's do it. Okay.
Felix is a fairly cowardly fella, as you will realize very soon, which gives you a +20 on the intimidation check.
Oh wow, okay. That's a 29. Add in with all the bonuses be for 69.
Okay, so yeah, his eyes go wide as he stares up at you, and he sort of stares down into your sword and then up to your face again, and he comes up nodding, just standing up and says, I'm sure Gernot will be fine for a bit. All right, let's step outside. And he sort of starts heading for the back door, which is not far away from his table, actually.
All right, I follow him.
All right,
I follow this.
You can see there's a couple of people leaning there. There's actually a small table set out outside and just smoking pipes and talking quietly. You go down towards your barrel, actually, your wheelbarrow that you have left in the back alley. So you go down about maybe 7 or 8 yards away from them, and then sort of surround poor Felix.
Before leaving the tavern, I finish my ale and put the empty mug down on the table.
Okay, so you just like start chugging it while the rest of you walks out with him. Okay, so you'll be a bit later. You'll be coming in a bit later. Take you about 30 seconds. So Felix is surrounded by the other three of you at the moment. He looks quite nervous and sort of rubbing his hands together. And so what is this? What is this favor Grimwald was talking about? You don't look like you're in the gang, are you?
Calm down, son. Ain't nothing to worry about. I'm just gonna take a little field trip. So.
A field trip?
I turned to the other guy. Like, what was the fellow's name we're supposed to get again?
It's in the chat, by the way.
What?
I wrote the name of the guy you were supposed to get in the chat.
Yeah, I had to reload, so I don't have that anymore.
Oh, it's a Alizar Lutring.
Yeah, Alizar. You know Alizar.
He's dead.
Yep. But we need him. You're gonna go help us get him.
What do you mean need him? He's dead. He's passed beyond the final gate.
Boy, I know you ain't that dumb.
What?
Look, you put him in the ground. We're gonna go take him out of it.
Wait. That Grimwald wants me to go and get to go to the mausoleum, the Lutring mausoleum.
You're getting it.
And not just
wait, I can't do that. That'll be blasphemy against the hooded lord.
I step forward. I'm like, do you need a little bit of persuasion?
No.
Hand on the sword.
No, please. I don't mean I mean, if I was just saying, there's like guards and other members of my order there. I didn't. How am I supposed to do? I can't even get into the mausoleum. It'll be locked.
You surely know about the schedule of the guards and where your brothers are within the necropolis, don't you, Felix?
Mostly, yes. I mean,
So it shouldn't be a problem getting us to the mausoleum. Once we know where it is and we get there, you can go on home.
I'm supposed to lead you in there.
Yes, you are.
I thought I was supposed to go alone. Right. I mean, I don't have much choice, do I? Eh?
You really don't.
Shit. Never should have taken that.
That depends entirely on your faith, Felix. You are an acolyte of the Hood, after all, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
You may fare better if you face him directly rather than.
Oh no one wants to face Hood. Not before my time anyway.
Look, Felix, just think of us as your bodyguards. He'll be completely fine in there.
Right. So you want me to take you to the Necropolis and take you to the Ludwig Mausoleum and right, you'll take it from there, you say?
Well, we are supposed to return the body of Eleazar to Master Grimwald. However, it would be most helpful to know that, has he got any sort of last gifts from his relatives? You buried him, after all, haven't you?
I wasn't there myself. My order did, of course. Happened this morning, I think.
That it did? You didn't hear anything about any of the rites passed over him, or
We don't.
any special ceremonies?
Not that I know. He was he only died yesterday or so. They were a bit eager to put him to rest. Some of the old families are a bit superstitious in that regard. But I
have a question. Would that strike us as odd as well?
It is odd,
That's
yeah.
right.
It's not super odd, but it's certainly usually there's at least like a last feast with the body sort of beautified by the mortician.
Right.
And it usually takes about 3 or 4 days, sometimes a full week, depending on the time of the year and the family in question, to bury someone like that. You would know that very well.
Is there any like suspect reason why like they would want to rush?
Hard to
like
say, really.
Okay.
So when do you want me to take you?
Why, right now, of course.
Right now, tonight. I'm not supposed to be in the Necropolis tonight. If someone sees me, I'll get into trouble.
Well, they best not see us then.
Right. Well, at least let me go and change into my robes. It's gonna be less conspicuous.
Kind of look to the others and see if they're okay with that.
Of course. I mean, if you don't look like a priest, it's going to be a little bit hard to get in the mausoleum, isn't it?
Right. Yeah. I don't live far from here. If you could just wait here, I'll be back within half an hour or so.
I think not.
Well, you don't want me to change, but the man, he said he's a good point. If I don't change, they might not let us in.
Quite
Okay,
right.
I mean,
Quite right.
we're okay with you getting changed.
Yes, but we're
We'll come with
we're all a big happy family now, aren't we, Felix?
Right, I see. Well,
Yeah.
of course.
Well, may I suggest a compromise? What do you think if our good friend here, and I point at Luciano, accompanies Felix, our newest family member, to make sure he doesn't use this chance to run off?
I wouldn't.
I am.
Never.
Look, I told you earlier. I am your bodyguard after all.
Right. Well, fine. I suppose. I'll go change. I suppose if you want to come with me, and we'll meet up at the gate in about half an hour. All right. Let's go then. He turns and starts walking sort of south.
All right, I follow him behind. Oh, and I turn back and like, watch over my halberd for me. Don't want to lose that.
Yes, of course.
Right. So the rest of you stays behind. Luciano, you walk with Felix to his humble abode. It's a tiny little, like, one-room apartment on the sort of ground top floor of a two-story building with an exterior staircase leading up there. He walks in, and it's very orderly, everything, but he seems to not be earning much money. Clearly, the acolytes of Hood are not very well paid. He rummages around for a bit and finds a fairly clean, simple black robe that he puts on over his clothing. Just pulls it over his head, basically, and fixes the hood in place, so you can now only see his chin, which improves his looks by a lot. And he sort of puts his arms into the sides, makes him disappear inside the rope, and he says, he seems to even be standing a bit straighter now all of a sudden, and he says, all right, let's go.
All right, let's go.
And you lead him back to the east gate, where I assume the rest of you is waiting.
Yep. In the meantime, I strike a bit of a conversation with the rest of the group. I direct my gaze especially towards Elgon and ask him, so what's your area of expertise? Master Grimwald already said that Rick over here is a grave digger, and Luciano definitely looks like he can fight. You also seem like quite a strong guy to me, but
I think probably my role here is to push a wheelbarrow and to think of bringing one in the first place.
Fair enough.
okay.
What about you, sir? What do you do?
Well, I don't like to talk too much about my occupation. However, in some circles, I am known as the Dustman, and to me simply as an apothecary, providing all sorts of urgently needed stuff, from candles to medicine to pretty much everything else.
All right.
Any special tricks?
And what about you, sir? Have you been in the Necropolis before?
Yeah, I've slipped in a couple times. Not too far. It's even for me, it's uncomfortable.
Anything we should especially look out for? I've heard the rumors, of course, but I've actually never met anybody who's been in there before.
Like I said, I didn't go in too deep, but just don't trust anything you see in there. Nothing feels right.
All right, as you are talking, you can see now Luciano and Felix, or a hooded figure that you assume to be Felix, coming your way.
There's do these gates close or open at any particular time?
They are open pretty much at all times of the day.
Okay.
There's a couple of mercenaries standing around with spears, and some of them have these large iron rods with lanterns hanging on top, attached to a hook, just guarding the gate. But they do seem to basically just speak a few words with each of people coming in or going out, and you can see that, which is not unusual, that a few small coins, copper coins, exchange hands.
Do they have a specific uniform?
Yes, they are wearing the gold, red, and gray uniform of the City Watch.
Okay.
I'll go ahead with the wheelbarrow and all the tools and just sort of walk past as if I am entirely entitled to walk out.
Okay. Give me a...
Yeah, I'll be like right behind him,
Okay.
carrying the metal shovel in his hand. Yeah.
That will be a... let's see. It would be a guile check.
Okay.
Ready for both of us?
That is fellowship. Yeah, if you both just want to slip past, like trying to mind your own business and like...
Yeah, just like 100% act like I'm supposed to be here. You know?
Right.
I'll follow along too.
He has my halberd. I need to follow him.
So you're all like just walking out?
Oh wait,
Well,
actually,
if it looks like the guards are going to stop us, all I'll do is I'll just move the blanket to show a shovel and sort of, bits and pieces, and just turn around and say, yeah, burial party.
Well,
Yeah,
the guards aren't particularly interested in you at the moment, so you get a +10 to guile. They have been
Okay.
staying there for a few hours, and
Same for Drick.
that goes for all of you. Yeah.
Okay.
are we all rolling?
I don't know. Whoever wants to make his way past, basically.
I'm sticking with Felix. I don't really have anything else.
Well,
Thank you.
that's an 85.
Okay.
Definitely not a success.
Elgin?
45 on 62.
Okay, excellent. Oh, you have a high fellowship. Wow. Yeah, you just pass through. One of the guards gives you a quick nod as you walk past. And what about Wilfried?
Oh.
97 out of 55 with the bonus.
That's
79.
Yeah, so Elgin makes his way past. However, Drick and Wilfried, you are both stopped. One of the guards, a sort of slightly bearded fella with a drooping mustache and a slightly crooked nose that must have been broken at least once in his life before, steps out and holds his spear out in front of you to sort of bar your way and says, "Where do you think you're going?"
Necropolis. That's where I'm walking.
The Necropolis in the night.
Why, Master Guard, we belong to the burial party, and that I point towards Elgin with his wheelbarrow.
He looks after and says, "Burial party? What burial party? What are you talking about?"
Well, didn't our wheelbarrow pusher show you the shovel?
Yeah, but
Look, right there is coming up one of the servants of the hooded one, and I towards Felix.
Right. Apologies, I didn't see you there, acolyte. These people belong to you? Yes. Just let us through. Of course. Apologies. Take 2 steps back. And you walk out without any issues. The road leading out from the eastern gate is a very wide one. This is a road where 2 large coaches can move past each other without any difficulties. The road, however, leading to the Necropolis is not so wide, and it goes off to the sort of the northeast, away from the main road very quickly, only about 100 yards or so down the road from the gate. It will take you a good half an hour of walking to get to the entrance of the necropolis. As I said before, the necropolis is a massive place. It is a sprawling city of the dead with thousands and thousands and thousands of graves, and littered with many, many, at least 200 or 300 small mausoleums. There are also several ancient temples dedicated to gods no longer believed in, or no longer strong in faith with their faithful. There are also several temples of the Hooded One in there as well. And there are at least 3 towering structures. They are resting places of the kings of old, rising up many stories into the night sky. The way from the gate to the necropolis is partially lit. There are wooden staffs rammed into the ground every about 25-30 yards or so, with simple small torches tied to them on the top. This is a well-lit path, yes, and you are walking it openly. There's no one else there at the moment, but this is clearly a path that is walked multiple times every day by several people. You can see in the little bit of mud on the side, footprints and wheelbarrows, and also some hoof prints and such.
I pull my hood down deep into my face and try to make the best devout appearance I can manage.
Okay. Felix, while you are approaching, he says to you, best let me do the talking, right? If from now on, just you're just servants or something, I think, and I'll take you in. Once we get past the guards at the entrance, I will try to not run into anyone. So we'll douse the lights and we'll move quietly if we can. All right? I don't want to run into any of my brothers.
Lead the one.
Right. He sets out in front, maybe about 2 or 3 yards in front of you, and you can see the necropolis itself, as especially Drake would know. It is surrounded by a stone wall, maybe about 7 or 8 feet high, with jagged, ancient, and half-rusted iron spikes protruding from the stone wall. You know of at least one entrance where the wall has crumbled. This is not a wall that has been repaired very well in the last couple of decades or so, as the necropolis has been partially given up due to the emergings of younger and graveyards that are closer to the city or within the city limits themselves. So you could sneak in if you wanted to. You know, as I said, there's at least one spot where you can climb the wall fairly easily. But with the wheelbarrow and all the equipment, it might be a bit tricky. You have taken that route before, but as I said, it's easier walking in the front. But that's up to you if you want to, whatever you want to do.
What do I know about the Raven brothers as a sellsword myself?
So that would be, let me see, that would be a folklore check.
Oh boy. All right.
I will give you +10 because you are a sellsword yourself, so you have some.
Well, I failed. I got a 79 on a 49. So
okay. You have heard their name, and you know that they are wearing sort of black leather adorned with feathers, raven feathers. That's pretty much all you know. And they're working for the Church of the Hooded One, the final lord.
Okay. Cool. Good to know.
Okay. No specifics, I'm afraid. By the way, guys, be aware of your fortune pool. Just saying, in general. You have 5 points at the moment. Okay, you are now approaching the gate. There is no gate as such. It is just an opening in the wall itself. And there is a small house, like a sturdy stone house on the outside. And there's bright light coming from that. And you can see 2 guards, 2 members of the Raven brothers. in their black leather armors, and they have these large black cloaks falling back onto the ground. And the cloaks and the armor itself on the sort of chest and shoulder area has a few black feathers sort of tied to it with small leather bands. The two men seem both sort of slightly older fellas in their late 30s, early 40s, and they're both wearing leather skull caps, obscuring most of their heads. It's just sort of the pale visages, one of them heavily bearded, the other one cleanly shaven, standing there, both of them clutching shields with the circular symbol of the Hooded One on them, and simple spears and short swords at their side. And they turn to you as they see you approach and step out to greet you. And they bow slightly to Felix, who turns their bow and says, we have business in the Necropolis tonight, business in the name of the Hooded One. Let us pass. Of course, Acolyte. And these men, they are with you. And you can sense a hesitation in Felix as he turns his head towards you and then looks at the two soldiers. He says nothing. The man says again, these men, they are with you, Acolyte?
I step into Felix's peripheral vision, kind of just have my just being like reminding him that I am here and I will probably stab him through if he doesn't go through with this.
Give me an intimidation check. Plus
okay. Plus what?
Plus 10.
Plus 10. Okay. That's a 40 on a 59.
Nice. He does sort of shrink down a bit and then turns away and says, yes, they are with me. They are helpers. Yes, I see, of course. You may pass. The blessings of the final Lord would be with you. And with you. Come. And he walks in. The three of you who are not used to physical danger, so anyone except for Luciano, you sense that this was a very close call. You could see this mercenary, the cold eyes of the mercenaries looking at you as they, for a moment, were considering drawing their weapons, and you feel a shower running down your back. All three of you, so you are now forced to do a stress check, which means that you are rolling on the, I believe it's called the resolve skill, which is based on willpower. You get a plus 20 because it's not very extreme. But nonetheless, all three of you give me a roll.
Well, that's a 69 with a 59 with bonus.
Okay, so
It's fail.
Drick fails. Elgin?
6 on 61. Pass.
Okay, so you're fine. You're breathing a bit heavier, but that's all. You have already forgotten the incident after you've walked for a moment. And last but not least, Wilfried.
0 on the 10s, 3 on the 1s, with the plus 20 bonus,
Right. That's
62.
that is a 3. So that's so
Okay.
you remain cool as well. However, because you have failed the stress check, Drick gets peril now. As I drop my dice. Let's see. You gain 15 points of peril. So what is your peril threshold?
6.
Okay, so 15 minus 6 is 11.
Uh-huh.
Which means that you go down 2 levels
Oh, Jesus.
by this. You are heavily shaken. I rolled pretty high. Oh, actually, sorry, my bad. I rolled 2 dice instead of 1. Still learning the system. So no, sorry, you take 8 peril. This is a stress check, not a fear check.
Okay,
so it was 8. Your peril threshold is 6.
reduced by 6, so down to 2.
So yes,
So
down to
1
2,
rank?
which means 1 rank, yes.
Okay.
if you had, you can see a second box next to it, a smaller one, which says something like +6, right?
Yeah.
So if you hit that, if I had hit that number, you would have gone down 2 levels.
Gotcha.
And if then if I hit the next number, you go on 3 levels, and the next one is 4 levels. That's the maximum you can take.
Gotcha.
Okay. So you are now imperiled. You are slightly shaken by this and nervous, and you're like, "This might be my job, but I think why I'm not going to Necropolis."
For Drake, this is manifesting as like, this fucking Felix guy's gonna get us killed. He's gonna do something stupid, or like he's gonna be a coward, get us killed.
Excellent. Yes. That's perfect explanation. So you're just like mumbling into your breath, shaking a bit, not extremely nervous by any means, but you are shaken.
Yeah, just a little bit more on edge.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what the peril threshold signifies, basically. Okay. So you are standing in the entrance of the necropolis now, and Felix, looking around, very quickly leads you down a path to the left. And as he's leading you down, he says, ditch the torches. Ditch the torches. We don't need them anymore.
I extinguish my torch and follow along as quiet as I can.
Mm-hmm. He leads you down a path to the left, and then another one to the right, which looks like it hasn't seen much use recently. There are small graves here, mostly wooden gravestones, or whatever you call them when they're not stones.
Grave markers. Yeah.
Yes, grave markers, wooden grave markers. This is clearly a poorer quarter of, and they are old, not ancient, but they have seen a decade or two for sure. Some of them are slightly sort of shifted over to the side, not straight up anymore. And there is vines and creepers crawling around the graves, mostly unchecked. This is definitely not an area that sees heavy use. The area to your right, where you were standing at the beginning, was definitely much better kept and preserved. And you walk for a couple minutes, and then Felix stops and just leans against the side of one of the smaller mausoleums in this area, really just like tiny huts, basically, and sort of takes a breather. Now, it's kind of dark, so you can't really see his face, but there's still enough light, the moonlight coming from overhead, that you can get your bearings a bit and see the silhouettes of the grave markers and such, and the path that you're walking on. You said the Ludring mausoleum, right?
Yeah.
Right. It'll take us a few moments to get there. I know where it is, but it's in one of the better quarters. That has pretty heavy use, so there's going to be some Raven brothers there, and maybe some of my folk as well. What's the plan if they start questioning us?
We're a grave digging party.
That's not really going to work with any of my brothers. They'd know of any. I mean, I could try to deceive them, I suppose, but I'm not really that good at it. And you can see his hands sort of shaking.
Well then, how about we just best avoid brothers? And if that don't work, we figure it out on the fly.
Yeah, right.
Well, first of all, I'd suggest keep your hands beneath your robes. The shaking tends to give it away. And if you should meet an inquisitive brother of yours, try to distract him so that one of us, ideally Luciano, and I give him a sideways look, can get behind them and get them to be silent.
Yeah, I can be quite persuasive, if you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, before we add murder to the potential charges, surely, Master Felix, you are able to explain to us what would be a convincing story for us being here.
I don't know. I'm not supposed to be here, and you're not supposed to be here.
But when you are supposed to be here, what's it for?
Well, I'm tending to the grains. I'm speaking last rites to some of the poorer folk here. I'm attending prayers in some of the temples.
Well, then you're here, and you brought us along to go tend to one of the older graves.
In the middle of the night?
Some poor fuck, was visiting his pappy's grave, saw that he was falling apart, wanted us to fix it up for him.
Well, in the middle of the night? That doesn't make any sense.
We're going to make it make sense.
Out of character, do I know about any, ideally not too catastrophic diseases which people suffer and die from?
Oh yes, there are many. There's a whole chapter on diseases in this book, of course.
Okay,
What do we have here?
Something fairly deadly, but ideally not as contagious as like Ebola or something.
Okay, well, most of the deadly diseases are fairly contagious. Let's see, where are we? Diseases.
Does the South have different burial traditions than Melgard?
Yes, in fact, in the South, most of the dead are burned.
Oh.
So we have here, for instance, the bloody flux.
Okay.
We have chaotic rot, a terrible pox, which is considered to be spread by dark magic. We have filth fever. We have the Grey Plague, also known as grayscale, featured very prominently in some parts of Game of Thrones.
Okay, let's
Orc smolt.
Let's just go with the bloody flux.
Right.
I roll my eyes, step forward a bit, and say, well, let's say we are getting someone buried, someone who has just recently died of the bloody flux, someone who is quite poor but has tears to the founding fathers of Melgard. And of course, having died of the bloody flux, nobody wants to get near the poor fellow, and they want him in his grave as fast as possible. Yes? And
right.
Then I turn towards Elgon. And Master Elgon, I didn't presume to have Luciano kill them. Knocking out should suffice, I think.
Very well.
Luciano, you know as a sellsword that it's not really that easy to knock someone out.
Nope.
Like, you can punch him as hard as you can, but that could kill them. I mean...
I was thinking more of a intimidating route with, my trusted weapon here, and I kind of pat my sword. If I'm behind him, there's not much I can do.
Just intimidate the life out of him.
Exactly.
With the pointy end.
Well, I don't know that much about fighting. I think it is most prudent to leave that choice to you. And I give the sellsword a short wink.
Right. So, wait, a bloody flux. We are burying a body. Where's the body?
Why, on the wheelbarrow, of course. And after that, I mumble under my breath, "You idiot," into my beard.
And he looks down into the wheelbarrow. I mean, the wheelbarrow doesn't really look like it's carrying a body at the moment. There's
Master Drick is quite skeletal, is he not?
I mean, not skeletal. He's thin.
I mean, the guy we would be transporting died today, so.
I mean,
well, I have to say, gentlemen, and with no disrespect to Master Drick, he is by far the most corpse-like of any of us.
Yeah. Maybe you should be sitting in the wagon then, huh?
Quite so. Climb in.
Hold on a goddamn second. What? Don't like this. I don't like this. All right. I climb in.
I take the halberd out so he doesn't get stabbed by it.
Yeah, please. I would appreciate that very much.
Why, yes, you really look quite corpse-like. However, I know a bit about the bloody
evil
flux.
stink eye.
What are the visible outer symptoms a corpse that died of this disease would have?
Okay, let's see.
It's basically dysentery, so he will have shat his guts out.
Yeah, pretty much. Not
Okay.
If there's, I mean, I assume he would be very pale. Maybe some weird blotches on the skin, but nothing too weird.
Okay. Can I, with my alchemical experience and the stuff I'm carrying around with me, try to make him appear a bit more corpse of bloody flux-like than he already looks?
Certainly.
At this point, I'm kind of like getting back to that. It's like, now, hold on a second.
Also,
Oh man, you're even more skin and bones than I am. God damn it.
robot. We'll be back in a second.
Mm-hmm.
While he's away, go ahead and do it.
Well, he did raise some objections in character. I can't just. But
Sorry, I'm back now. What was?
Okay.
Sorry, what was it you said, Kevin? Or what Rick said?
I was like, now hold on, goddamn, you're even more skin and bones than I am, old man. You know?
Ah, come on, shut up. I'll just gonna dress you up real nicely. Don't worry about it. Okay, and I prepare to make him appear as corpse-like as possible.
Let's see. I believe that would be. I'd say a skull. Nah, not really.
Disguise, maybe?
Counterfeit? Or disguise, if there is one.
No, counterfeit is more for material. Disguise is when you're doing it yourself, like pretending to be someone else. Maybe something. Well, I suppose it would be like, let's say alchemy. Why the hell not? It's like you just using. So
I'm gonna turn you goddamn frog, man.
roll me an alchemy check. It's
Okay.
sorry, like the conditions are not ideal, but it's not very hard. Like you're not doing any massive changes, so it's just a straight up roll.
Okay, and the dot gives me +10, right?
Yes.
Okay. So 36 out of 55.
Perfect. You manage to add a few blotches to his skin, maybe smear something that makes his skin even paler onto him, and use some white blood that you still have on your own clothes, like his clothes here.
Okay,
And I put a few leeches right on his main artery.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Okay, yeah, that works. That works.
That hurts. That hurts.
Yeah. So he puts a leech on. You wait for a couple minutes for the leech to have sucked off out a bit of blood, and then squash the leech basically, and use smeared blood to dress you up like a corpse. That whole experience, as you can imagine, is kind of traumatic. So you will have to give me another stress check, which is a resolve check at +20.
Okay, that's better. Okay, actually, hold on. So, resolve. So with the +20, it's 59, right on 59.
Oh wow! Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
You feel the panic coming up. But you close your eyes and you're like,
I'm basically just bitching my way through the panic.
yeah. Breathe deeply, and you manage to calm yourself down.
Ah, shut up. Don't be such a baby. I'm not bringing you before Hood tonight. I'm just making you look the part. Didn't you get that?
Can we continue going?
You shut up.
I'm not playing the part of a corpse here.
I get it. Put the blanket over me, damn it.
Okay.
Leave this damn party and have some sleep for it.
Rick is now covered up and is dark around you, Rick. You can hear the footsteps of your companions and like of the wheelbarrow. Otherwise, it's quiet. Not the nicest of, and you feel like shovels poking you in the side a bit.
Yeah.
As you're lying on them. Not the most comfortable of rides.
It's not.
Right? Especially because the path is very uneven. So it's like you're sort of pushed away a bit and up and down a bit.
Every now and then
As we start, as we start to move along, I'll ask Luciano. Does he still has the halberd in his hands, or has he put it back on the?
Oh, I am carrying it. I'm carrying it.
Okay. Maybe it would be prudent to disguise your halberd a bit again. I guess no part of a burial party actually has soldiers in it, and you clearly don't look the part of the Raven brothers. And Drake, you play the part of a corpse. Please at least try to shut your mouth, okay?
Well, what do you suggest, Doc? What do you suggest, Doc? I was serving as the bodyguard to Felix over here. I don't really have anything else here.
Yeah, that works. That should be fine. My brothers know that the mausoleum can be a bit dangerous. Maybe the family paid for you or something.
Well, assuming our story is that we don't transport one of the richer inhabitants of Melgard, it might look better if you paid for the bodyguard. Are you usually able to afford such luxuries?
No, we don't. We swear off worldly possessions.
Hmm.
He's the man's grieving son. Of course, being a sellsword is an accident.
Exactly. I like that. I'm either that or I'm his long lost cousin from the south. Those are the only two things I got on me.
Yes.
Right. Well, let's keep going, shall we? The better, the quicker this is over, the better for all of us.
Why, but of course.
Just remember, Felix, that the reason we're all here. Yes, we all owe a debt.
Yes.
And you're paying your debt just as much as we are. So if you ever get tempted, just remember what happens if you can't pay.
Right. You're right. It'd be good not have that hanging over my head anymore. All right. Let's get going, shall we?
All right.
We'll continue walking, and Felix is sort of guiding you along for a couple minutes, and then he stops again and says, "Now we're getting to the part where we might run into company, so try to keep it quiet, and I'll try to keep it to the side paths. The Necropolis is like a city itself. It has main streets and side alleys. Hopefully we won't run into anyone on those side alleys, even though this is one of the richer quarters of the Necropolis. Keep it quiet and let's get going."
I'm going to try and commit our route to memory.
Okay, give me a
Navigation.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Intel. No bonus, I assume.
In fact, because it is dark, you will get a -10.
Oh, should have shut my mouth, shouldn't I?
I would have told you. Don't worry.
That is going to be a big fail.
Okay, you have no clue. I mean, it's fairly dark. There's a lot of gravestones, and you're mainly trying not to make too much noise. It's impossible really to find your way back.
Okay, I've got a writing kit. Could I try to write or to note down which turns we took?
You could, but that would slow you down. I mean, it's not like you have a book with you. It's a piece of parchment and a quill and a feather. So you'd have to like hold the quill, the feather, and the parchment parchment and then write like
Okay.
one. That's, I mean, you could
No.
try, but it would
That-
slow down, sure.
That wouldn't work. I'll also
But-
just try to commit the weight to memory.
Go for it. That would be a navigation check for you as well.
Yep. Was under intelligence, no. And -10 you said, right? Yep. That's 0 on the 10s, 8 on the 1s, so 8 out of 35.
Perfect. You managed to have a pretty decent idea, not every single turn, but you have a pretty decent idea how to get back to the entrance of the mausoleum, of the necropolis from where you are at the moment. Which one of you is pushing the wheelbarrow, by the way?
That would be me.
All right, just checking. So all of you, give me a stealth check as you're trying to remain unseen. And Elgin, you will get a -10 because you're pushing the barrel, and it's harder to do that stealthily.
Do I have to bother?
Sorry?
Do I have to roll as well?
No, you are just lying there.
Oh, dang it.
Well, I got a 93 on a 41, so
I got a 66 out of 41.
That's a critical fail.
You might want to use a fate point at this point.
use that fortune point. Go.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, I use a fortune point. And do I re-roll both die or only one?
Both dice.
Both dice, okay.
Excellent. Which means that I get a misfortune point die for myself.
Now I've got 30 on the 10s and 10 on the 1s.
That is a 30 then.
Okay. That means I passed.
All right. And Elgin?
I failed, but not drastically.
Okay, so the highest fail, I believe, was Luciano, who failed by a lot.
A lot, yeah. 52, I think, was the failure. So.
Right. So as you're walking, Luciano, you stumble several times, cursing quietly under your breath. It's hard. It's getting darker, and you can't see much. It's a bit of a cloud covering the moon, and then you can see Felix getting more and more nervous, or feel more than see, really, as you're following him along. He's looking around. It's got several times. He goes like this backwards, and you continue for another couple minutes, and then turn a corner, and all of a sudden a voice to your left goes, "Excuse me, brother." Felix freezes and turns to the left, and you can see from one of the side sort of openings between two medium-sized mausoleums come two figures, and both of them wrapped in light, as one of them is carrying a torch. One of them is what looks to be a fairly rotund, not to say fat, member of the Order of the Hooded One. You can see a sort of two chins peeking out, a double chin peeking out from under the hood, and his robe is a bit too small for him, as there's quite a significant belly to be contained. And the second man behind him is a member of the Raven Brothers. He's has a shield on his back, short sword at his side, and is carrying a torch, sort of standing behind him, now holding out the torch to engulf you in light. And Felix still frozen there, and the rotund priest comes closer and sort of peeks under the hood a bit and says, "Oh, Brother Felix, is that you?" Yes. Good evening, Brother Wenzel. "Oh, you weren't working tonight, were you?" "Well, Brother Wenzel, I wasn't. There was a new burial. The bloody flux took a man and his family. With the diseases, wanted a quick burial. He just died a few hours ago, really, and we're bringing them to his grave. Just the corpse is right there. He points at the wheelbarrow.
Before I hear them approach, I've got like my hand on my blackjack, kind of like underneath my body.
Yep, just getting ready.
Yeah, and it's like kind of like underneath me, but
okay.
So.
Was that so? A fresh corpse? I haven't heard any of it. Yes, well, I only heard about it about 2 hours ago myself. They called me in from my evening off. You know how it is sometimes. The final lord makes no exceptions, and he doesn't care about the schedule of his mortal servants. Isn't that right, Brother Wenzel? I suppose. You can see Brother Wenzel is suspicious, though. Clearly, he's pushed his hood back a bit, and you can now see his face. A little bit of sort of patchy brown hair and a large potato-like nose, and he's squinting a bit and he's stepping a bit closer, and the fella behind him, the mercenary following with still torch in hand. Let's see the body, shall we? He might be contagious, you know, Brother Wenzel. Don't know if that's such a good idea. Nonsense. The final lord protects his mortal servants from these things, as you should know. I suppose. And you guys, well, the three of you can see him, sense that Felix is close to running away. He takes like 2 steps backwards and standing there, super tense. As Brother Wenzel looks at the three of you as he's approaching to the cart, and he says, "And you're helping Brother Felix here on this little nightly task?"
Lord save you, master. Yes, but a poor man, and I have to take what work that I can. So here I am with this here corpse and your brother here.
Right. Give me a. Where is it? Where is it? A guile check. +10.
Okay, so there'll be 52 required. And that is 97.
Okay. He looks at you and he says, "Conrad, you come here, please." And the mercenary steps up. "Is there a problem, brother?" And he puts a hand on his sword, holding the torch with the left. "I'm not sure, but let's see." And he steps forward, giving Luciano a sort of glance sideways as he takes the blanket and pulls it down a bit, revealing Drick's sort of face and chest.
Like my head's just like turned to the side, and I'm like trying to stare at like one point, like kind of like through the side of the barrel. You know?
Okay. He looks down at you and sort of sniffs, and then puts a finger on the side of your face.
I just naturally smell terrible, anyways.
Yeah. He puts a finger on the side of your face. Give me a guile check -20. Actually, -10 because you have some good disguise.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right, and then I also have a rank in guile.
Oh, excellent! So that gives you a +2. You're pretty much rolling onto your straight fellowship.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm aiming for 46. That's a 59.
Okay.
Fortune point.
Do you want to press a second one now?
Do you or do you not?
No, I think it's interesting if we fail. Fuck it.
Let the killing begin.
Touches the side of your cheek, and he's like, "Wait, this man isn't dead."
What?
And he takes
Before, like, as he's like, can I get like a crack inside of his head before?
Sure. Sure you can. This is a base. So we are starting combat now. The first one to act is Drick. He gets a surprise round. So he has one full turn before we are rolling initiative. So Drick, you're like twist, grab his back and smack him in the face.
So can I try for a knockout then? Surprise.
Let's see. Yes, you can, in fact. The knockout attack. That is 1 action point.
All right. All right. So,
what are you rolling against with your blackjack?
All right. So the blackjack. I'm sorry. It's a new system, so I'm trying to figure out. It's just a combat.
You have to. Yes. So you roll to hit, basically. Actually,
Yeah.
Let me see. I think you don't have to roll. It just says make an athletics check or be knocked out.
Okay, so knockout when it foes.
So you hit automatically, I assume.
It depends on whether he's helpless, whether you want to class him as helpless.
No, it's just
defense.
Surprise. Yes. So he is surprised, so he can attempt this maneuver. I think you hit automatically because it doesn't say anything specifically about. Let me check the rule book for this. It might have some.
On the reference sheet you sent me, there stands at this knockout maneuver. When foe is defenseless or surprised, make an athletics test or be knocked out.
Exactly. That's why what I'm checking now. Perilous. It is a perilous stunt, right? Yes.
Yes.
Knockout. Okay. So, yeah, you make an athletics check, and if it is successful, the foe is knocked out. And he's unconscious for a number of turns equal to your brawn bonus.
Okay, so I make the athletics check.
It's he makes an athletics check and not the enemy makes an athletics check.
Yes, he makes an athletics is basically to see how strong you are, because this is a bludgeoning weapon, I think. So it's made more of a feat of strength. He will use his athletics.
Am I getting any bonuses from this?
I'd say I will give you a +20 because he is surprised. He did not expect this at all. However, because you are lying down in the barrel, I will give you a -10. So in total, it's just only a +10.
Should I use my fortune point now?
see if you hit first.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I rolled a 58. Or no. Oh no, I rolled a 5. That's definitely not going to work. I'll take that fortune point.
All right.
Sure. 86.
Cool. That's another fortune point gone for you guys. I'm happy with that.
Awesome. Sorry.
Okay, you swing and you smack the priest, Brother Wenzel, in the side of the face, but he was stepping back and you don't get a good swing in, so you just slap him in the side of the face. He howls in pain. He's not really wounded or unconscious. That was your first action point.
Okay, so I've got 2 points.
2 points left. You're still in the wheelbarrow and you're sitting, basically.
Can I just do a walk just to get out of it? Or?
You would have to use the movement action get up, which costs 2 action points. You leap out of the wheelbarrow, basically.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna do that and put the barrel between me and them.
You miss, you swear, and you leap out.
Just kind of tumble out and on the other side away from them.
All right, still holding the blackjack. Okay, that was the surprise round, and now we are rolling initiative as the first combat of Zweihänder begins. Now, initiative works by rolling a d10 and adding your initiative modifier, which is on the second page of your character sheet at the very top.
Okay.
And tell me what you rolled.
16.
6. Oh shit. Okay.
10.
So 1d10 plus the first number of the initiative modifier.
There's only one number on the initiative modifier. It's on the second page of your character sheet at the very top.
Yeah, I have here initiative and then 3 slots.
Yeah, it's like 1 plus PB over age and current. But yeah.
Yep.
Shoot,
Exactly.
shoot that
One of
first.
them, you say current. That's the one but it's probably the same anyway.
Okay. 9 on the D10 and 8 on the initiative modifier.
So that is 17. Oh my god! Wow. So that means that we have Wilfried up first. Sorry, what was Drick?
10.
10. And Elgin?
14.
Okay, we have Felix with a strong 7. We have Brother Wenzel with also a strong 7. And we have the Raven brother, Conrad, with a, oh my god, okay, a 9. Okay, so, Wilfried, you are up first. What do you wish to do? You have 3 action points.
Okay, I have as weapons a dirk and 3 throwing knives. Does it cost me any action points to put out my weapon?
Yes, indeed it does. It is 1 action point, I believe, to draw a weapon. Let's see. Yes, I believe it is. I can't find it now, but I'm pretty sure it's 1 action point.
Okay, and so 1 action point would be drawing either the dirk or a throwing knife. And throwing a throwing knife is, I assume, also 1 action point?
It is.
Okay. In that case, and is there any way I can try to go for the jugular on Brother Wenzel?
No, you can. The only thing what you could do, for instance, is you can take aim, which gives you plus 10 on the attack, and also costs 1 action point. You can try a cold shot, but that is 2 action points. That means that he cannot dodge or parry the attack. That's pretty much.
Okay.
What I can see. So what do you want to do?
I want to put out my dagger and go directly for Brother Wenzel. And if I make a call shot, can I try to hit a certain area of the body, or?
Well, it is assumed that you are trying to hit a certain area with a cold shot.
Okay.
But the thing is, you need 1 to draw. You need 1 to move to get to him, because you're like right next to him, which means that you only have 1 action point left, so you can only do a normal attack. A cold shot is 2 action points.
Okay. And a chokehold or dirty tricks?
You can try a chokehold if you want. Basically, like running up and grappling him with your hand or with your arm, like trying to choke him.
Yeah, that sounds very good. I'll try to make that. I pull out my dagger, run up to him, try to choke him and put him in front of me so that the Raven brother has to step his master if he wants to get to me.
All right, certainly. Go for it. So you run up and you make an athletics check, and he's also rolling an athletics check.
Okay. That is a skill under... there, brawn.
Skill under brawn, yes.
Yep. Any bonuses or Mali on the
modifier?
Okay. Oh, snap. 54 out of 35.
Yeah, so you walk up, you try to grapple him, but Brother Wenzel pushes you over and stumbles backwards further. That was your turn. Luciano, you're up next.
All right. I'm going to move towards the Raven brother and attempt to do a stunning blow on him with my halberd.
Okay. So stun doesn't mean he gets unconscious. Stunning, it just means he loses 1 action point every turn until he manages to resist.
Okay. Does he have his sword out?
No, he does not have his sword out yet. He's like he's grabbed it, and he has a torch in the other hand.
Yeah, I'll go for a stunning blow first and see what happens.
All right. That
Let's
is
make that
an test.
All right.
And it is resistance toughness. That is a fail, I presume?
Yeah, I got a 65 out of 39.
Yeah, so you go in and you swing with the pommel of your halberd, but he ducks under the blow. Okay, 2 action points. You have 1 more action point.
All right.
You can do an attack if you want.
I don't know if we're trying to kill them yet. That's why I haven't done it yet.
Or pushing his torch into his face.
I mean, I could just stab him.
Don't forget, gentlemen, that you need an AP to dodge or parry.
Yes,
that's
indeed.
true. Ooh.
Roll them up. You will not be able to dodge or parry.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait to see what this guy does then.
Excellent. So you keep one sort of holding a defensive stance, getting ready to parry his blow if he's coming your way, which he probably will. Elgin, you're up next.
Do I have a direct sort of line to either of these two, preferably the warrior?
You do not have a direct line to Brother Wenzel because your companion Wilfried is standing in between you and him.
Right.
You do have a more or less direct line to the Raven Brother.
Okay, I'm going to charge him with the wheelbarrow and try a takedown by knocking him into the wheelbarrow.
Nice. Okay, takedown. Make a coordination test or athletics test if you charge. So, okay, so you have to charge.
Yep.
That's kind of weird. Text game 1. Okay. So you just roll what you want to do, athletics or coordination?
I'd prefer coordination if I had the choice.
That's fine. Then roll.
Okay, so that's a 60. That is 45 on a 60, so yeah, pass by 15.
All right. So the way opposed checks work, it's not quite what you would expect. It's basically, where is it? So you succeeded. He also succeeded. Now what you do is you look at your primary D10, so the one that's the first digit, the bigger digit, basically, and add the attribute bonus.
Sorry, I lost you a bit there again.
So you take your primary D10,
the
one with the first digit. So you roll, I don't know what you roll there, and you add your attribute bonus, which I believe for coordination should be dexterity or agility. Sorry. So what is your agility bonus?
4.
4, and what did you?
8 in total.
8 in total. All right. I had a 2 plus 4. That's 6. Yes, you succeed.
Okay.
The Raven Brother goes down as you ram him, basically striking into his leg with your wheelbarrow.
I don't know how much damage a wheelbarrow does, if any.
I think it does any damage with the takedown attack.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's just he just falls.
All right.
Prone now.
Here it is stated that the attacks gain 1d6 fury dice.
Yes. If you attack someone who is prone, you roll 2d6 instead of 1d6.
Yeah,
so that's
subsequent to the attack that took him down. I don't
right.
know.
Yes, that is an attribute of prone, not
I think
the initial attack. Gotcha. Okay.
I think that's how it is. Yes. Let me check prone real quick. On the ground, it suffers an additional 1d6 for dying damage. Yes, I believe that is what they mean.
Yeah. Okay, that's me done.
All right. And we have Drick.
Okay, I'm gonna move up to the guy in the wheelbarrow and swap him on the head.
He's not in the wheelbarrow. He's on the ground. But yeah,
he's on the ground. Okay, well, I'm going to go up to the guy on the ground and swap him on the head.
Okay, so because he's on the ground, you get a plus 20. In fact, you get a plus 30 because there's also multiple of your friends standing around. So plus 30 for the attack.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to do anything special. So it's just going to be a move and an attack.
Yeah, you do a smack.
Oh, come on.
Is that okay?
Hold on. All right. Let's see. So With a melee, yeah. With a plus 30, so
Your
looking for a
skill-
66.
simple melee is your skill that you're looking at.
Yeah. Yeah. That's an 85.
Still a miss. You
Still a
run up,
miss.
you swing your blackjack down, but the mercenary rolls out of the way, dropping his torch onto the ground while he's doing so.
All right, I'm keeping that one action point for defense.
All right. Well, the mercenary will leap up and he will draw his short sword. That's all he can do. That's his 3 action points. And we have Felix, who will just retreat a few steps and look around nervously and say, "Oh, we need to do something quick. We need to do something quick."
We're fucking doing something, damn it.
And
I thought he was dead.
Wenzel will turn and start running away, which will provoke an attack of opportunity from Wilfried.
Okay, just a normal roll against my brawn, or
Yes. Let me check real quick. Attack of opportunity. I am pretty sure. Where is it? Opportunity attack. Yes. So
combat
you
with
just-
whatever melee bonuses you can.
So your simple melee, just straight up simple melee. However, I believe opportunity attack, if someone's running away, is a plus 20. I believe I read that somewhere. So you get plus 20 to your simple melee skill, and you stab him with your dagger, basically.
okay. So that would be with the plus 20, 54. I need to pass, and I rolled. Oh damn it, 67.
You miss.
You're so
And,
competent.
starts running away.
This is about average for Warhammer Fantasy characters.
Yeah, pretty much. It's none of you are particularly proficient in anything at the moment. Okay, that's the first combat turn over. Wilfried, you're up next.
Okay, how far did the brother go?
Well, he ran, so he's running away.
Okay, what do I have to do to catch up to him? Is it simply charge, or?
He's a fairly rotund person, so his movement is not the greatest. You could catch him with a charge, yes.
Okay.
What is your movement?
Movement.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, here. Movement is 7.
Yes, you can catch up with him in a charge, yes.
Okay, and in which direction did he charge? Away or towards the Raven brother?
He's running away.
Okay. Well, I'd like to charge after him and ram my dagger into his back. And being an apothecary and alchemist, do I have some sort of anatomical knowledge?
Yes, but in combat, your brain is not in the anatomy book, so you're just slashing as much as you can.
Okay. Okay, well, in that case, I'll just charge after him and then try to basically stab him in a place that maybe stops him. So, like, if I can, the kidneys or some of the sinews in his legs.
You're aiming for his lower back, let's say.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, that is also a straight-up melee roll, or?
Yes, charge at, okay. I'd give you, because he's away from you, I'd give you a plus 20 to hit.
Plus 20 to hit, okay.
You're attacking him in the back, basically.
Okay. Come on, dice. Let me down. And 69 out of 54.
Okay, you run after him, you slash and stab, but he sees you coming and stumbles to the side, and your blade cuts through a little bit of his robe, but no, that does not connect with flesh. That was 2 action points. You have 1/3 one. Is there anything you'd like to do with that?
Okay, can I try to stab him again?
No, only 1 attack per turn.
Melee attack range to call shot. No. Is he near enough for a? Is there any chance I can use dirty tricks on him?
Sure. What do you want to do? Describe how you want to use dirty tricks.
This is be blinded. To blind
Splash
him
like
with
something in his eyes.
Basically, that's what
blind him
the
with
tricks is. You're throwing something into
something. Okay, something into his eyes or over his eyes. If I use something of my alchemical equipment, it is lost as it is all in one dose, right?
Well, I mean, that's in your backpack, so you wouldn't have enough time to like start rummaging around and like get something out. It'd have to be something that's already at hand.
Okay. Okay, in that case, forget about the dirty tricks. I'm trying to get another chokehold on him.
All right, athletics check.
Or wait a second, yeah. Be knocked prone. Okay. Yep. Athletics check. I'll try the chokehold.
Okay.
Athletics is brawn. And any modifiers?
Yes, still plus 20 because he's still facing away from you.
Okay. And nope, 72 out of 55.
Okay. Luciano, you're next.
I'm gonna disarm the mercenary.
All right. Disarm is a 1 attack point. Coordination check.
Right. All right. Here we go. That's an 84 and a 41. Not
You
thinking
guys
so.
gotta be kidding me. So that was your first attack point, action point. What do you want to do with the second one?
Jeez, I am a great fighter, guys. I'm gonna do a called shot with my halberd because
Sure.
this guy just needs to. He. I'm not gonna have him stabbing me. It's not what's gonna happen. All right, here we go.
You get a plus 10 because you have an ally in the immediate vicinity, so you're 2 against 1 at the moment.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Plus 20, in fact.
Oh, that's an 18 on a 72 then?
Cool. Okay. Elgin.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait, I hit him.
That hit massively.
Yeah. 8. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you said 80, didn't you?
18
Oh,
on a
18, sorry. Yeah, that
Sorry.
hits, definitely. And it's a cold shot, so he cannot parry. Even though he has his short sword drawn, you sort of feint and then stab into him with your halberd.
All right.
And now, first damage denied.
Yeah. All right. D6 plus 6 damage. Let's go. That's 7 damage.
7 damage. Great. That's not going to do anything, I believe. Let's
Great.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit. You stab, but the studded leather armor that he's wearing deflects the blow as it just slides off him.
I love minimum damage. I love it.
All right. Elgin.
If I step behind him, since presumably this guard's focus is on the guy with the large axe on the end of the stick, not me. If I step behind him, does he count as surprised for the purposes of a knockout attack?
No.
Damn.
No, he knows that you're there. If you use a movement action to get around him, I would give you a plus 30 to attacks or stuff like that in total because he's surrounded by 3 of you guys. But he would not be surprised.
Okay, in that case, I will use an action to grab a shovel from the wheelbarrow right in front of me.
Right.
Second action, move round so I'm directly behind him.
Right.
So he's precisely between me
Yep.
and Luciano, and just try and smack him around the head with a shovel.
Just a normal attack?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so it's going to be under combat. Bonus is, what did we say?
Plus 30.
Okay. That is going to be, I should have picked a set of dice that I could read more easily. 32 when on 67. So yeah.
All right. He will try to dodge this attack, seeing it coming, but he fails. Sorry, parry, not dodge. Dodging is only for ranged weapons in this system. So he sees it coming and he turns and raises his short sword. Actually, he can't. He doesn't have any action points left. He can't even try that.
Okay, so whatever you rule the damage for a shovel.
1d6 plus whatever your brawn is.
Yeah.
Your brawn bonus.
Yeah.
It's a bludgeoning weapon.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 8 all told.
Okay.
4 on the dice.
Well, it does hurt him a bit. You smack him in the back. Not particularly, not particularly impressed, but it did hurt him.
That's my 3, I believe. So I'm done.
That is your 3. Yes, Drick, you're up next.
I'm gonna try a takedown.
Okay.
With coordination.
Right. Yeah.
And this is with the. Is this gonna be with the +30?
I'd say +20 for you.
Plus
You're
20?
not. Yeah.
Well, I'm good. It's 43. Looking for like a 68. Yeah.
Okay. And he fails his check, so he does go down. You sort of smack him in the legs with your leg. Just give him a kick.
Yeah, just kind of sweep his leg and then just bring the blackjack down his nose.
All right. That's so. Yeah. Another normal attack. That's like +40 now or something. Oh, actually, no. +30 is the highest modifier you can get, I believe. So
Okay.
+30.
All right. So I'm looking for with the +30. I'm looking for 66. I rolled a 64, so just barely got that.
It's.
And
now
and so I'm rolling 2d6.
2 fury dice. Yes.
Yeah. And this is me plus my brawn bonus.
Yes.
Okay. That's okay. That's 6 plus. That's 10 total.
Okay, not bad. You smack him in the chest. He grunts, and he is now moderately wounded, which I believe. Let's see. I believe he has to roll for injuries now. Yes. So he rolls 1d6. If he rolls a 6, he gains an injury. He rolls a 4. He gains no injury. All right. It is now his turn. The mercenary, he will leap up once more, and he will start shouting, "Help! Help!" That was his turn. Felix, seeing that, silence him! Silence him! We need to get out of here! And he's already starting to move in the northerly direction. Not running, but like trying to hide in the shadows of Mausoleum.
Boy, don't you go far. Don't you go far.
Roboting. Wenzel is once more trying to run away, which provokes once more an attack of opportunity with a +20 from Wilfrid.
Okay. So me +20 is 54. I need to roll under, and I roll 67.
Okay. So nothing. Yeah, he continues running. He's running down south, sort of towards the entrance of the necropolis.
Okay. How far away is he from me, and is he in range for a throwing weapon?
No, I believe the range on the throwing weapon is like 6 yards or something.
My throwing weapons do not have medium long distance increments.
Yes. Check your throwing knives. They have a range.
Where are they? There are they. 6 yards.
Yes. So no, he's about 12, 13 yards away. So you can move after him and then throw it if you want.
Okay, that would be 1 action point for putting out the throwing knife, 1 for covering the distance, and the 3rd one for throwing it, correct?
Yes. And I believe you are right with your character, so you can like still hold the dagger in one hand and throw the knife.
Yeah, I'm ambidextrous, and I have 1 point in simple range, so I'm going to try to do just that. I pull out the throwing knife with my left hand, cover a bit distance after him, and throw the knife right at his back.
Okay.
So I get +10 from simple ranged, and still +20 because he's running away from me.
No, not for ranged attacks.
Okay, so just the +10 from the simple ranged. Okay, 44. Let's see if this works. And nope, 83.
Your throwing knife passes by him and disappears in the darkness. Luciana. You have this injured, screaming mercenary standing in front of you.
Well, you know what time it is. It's time to kill him. Time for him to die.
Plus 20.
All right. Let's do it.
What kind of attack do you want to do?
You know what? Let's do a called shot.
He cannot parry. He doesn't.
Oh, then I'll just do a normal melee attack for now.
All right. You can aim if you want to.
Oh, take him. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get a plus 30 on this.
All right.
Okay. So that is, I'm looking for an 82 on this attack. I got an 80.
You hit.
Yeah.
Congratulations. And he cannot parry. He's so busy shouting and he doesn't see the weapon coming in time to react.
All right. So let's do some damage. 8 damage.
Okay. That's enough to injure him further.
Cool.
Which means that he has to roll. He's now seriously wounded. He has to roll 2d6. If any of them shows a 6, he takes a serious wound. Yes. He takes a serious wound.
Sorry.
Let's see what happens.
Question about rolling for the wounds. Is that like does he only roll for wounds when he takes additional wounds?
Yes.
Or okay.
All right. So,
Can I try disarming him with my last action point?
well, roll me a serious wound first. So roll me a 1d100.
1d100. Okay, let's do it. That is a 99.
99. Oh shit! Misfortune. Roll on the grievous injury table instead. So you are knocking him down to the worst injury table.
All right, so I roll again for this?
Yep.
All right.
Roll the next table.
That's a 45.
45. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. You stab him in the stomach and you mangle one of his inner organs.
Oh!
He is
Oh my
incapacitated.
Oh, he's incapacitated? Oh, we're good.
Oh,
Well,
Well-
what happens when you hit someone in an important organ? Let's see what happens. Incapacitated. Well, he's just on the ground and unconscious, pretty much.
Oh, good.
okay. Well, now I don't have to play dead anymore.
Yeah, you're just you step up and you just go in and stab him in his stomach with the spear end of your halberd. You just go and falls over to the side, clutching his stomach.
All right.
Struggling to remain conscious.
Well, I'm gonna kick him off my halberd and start well, I guess walking after the other brother.
Okay. Yeah, you have one more action point. That's right. So you can only walk a little bit. He's a good 25, 30 meters away from you at the moment.
Great.
His brother Wenzel. Well, the sellsword is gone. Okay. That was Luciano's turn. Elgin, you're up next.
Is the sellsword still alive? The mercenary?
No, well, he's alive, yes. He's just
I'm
heavily injured and basically like, you can see there's a lot of blood coming from his stomach.
Okay, I'm not an expert at this sort of thing, so I'm not going to assume that he's out of the fight. But I do know he's shouting very loudly in a graveyard at night. In for a penny, in for a pound. I'm just going to stave his head in with the shovel.
Okay. Rise up the shovel and just bring it down on his head. You don't even have to roll. It just 2 strong strikes and you just cave in his skull.
Mm-hmm.
With the might of your smith arms.
Mm-hmm.
He stops he stops making any noise.
Good. I don't have anything else to contribute, so I'm going to wait the rest of the action.
All right. We have Drick.
How far away from me has the fat brother gotten?
About 30 yards or so.
Okay. I guess I'm just gonna burn all 3 action points and just run after him. So that's like 24 yards for me.
So run.
It's like 3 times movement.
What is your movement?
8.
Right. So that's 24 yards. So you're
24
running.
yards.
Yeah. So you're about 5-6 yards away from him, basically. You
Yeah.
burst running after him. All right. Oh, Felix is... Leave him! We need to go! The other Raven brothers will be here soon! He shouts after you, and then turns and runs off towards the north. Wenzel continues running.
Sorry, can I come out of weight and stop him from running?
He's like 10 yards away from you already, so you can like shout something at him, but you can't physically stop him.
Did he spend all his action points by caving in the Raven Brothers' skull?
I'd say 2 of them.
Yeah. So I've only got 1 left. Remember your debt, idiot.
Give me an intimidation check. Modifiers.
Comes under intimidation. Comes under.
It is, I believe, willpower. No, it's brawn.
Okay. Yep. 43. That's a big fail.
He completely ignores you, and he runs off north. Sort of, but he does turn and do this, like "Come on!" and continue running.
So he's running back the way we came, or he's running?
No,
back?
you came from sort of the southwest. You think he's running north?
Okay.
Okay. Brother Wenzel continues running, pumping, and now also shouting, "Help! Help!"
Okay, how far away is he from me now?
He would be about 20 yards away from you.
Okay, 20 yards. So charge is charged movement times 2. So even if I charge at him, I can't reach him.
No, he's using the run action, which is triple times his movement. Although even though his movement is crap, he's still running as fast as he can. And you can see the direction that he's running. You see a couple like lights bobbling up and down coming your way. Probably people carrying lanterns or torches.
Okay, shit. Even if I run as my movement,
but coming towards you.
Yep. Even if I'm running, my movement wouldn't be able to reach him. So thinking about my situation, I turn around and run as fast as I can after Felix.
Okay.
Yep,
that is you, Wilfred. Luciano, what do you want to do?
So the body is like the body of the mercenary is right next to the wheelbarrow, right?
It's true, yes.
I'm gonna get the body, throw it in the wheelbarrow, and start running after Felix.
Do you leave it in the wheelbarrow, or do you take the wheelbarrow with you? Because if you're pushing a body in the wheelbarrow, you won't be very fast.
Well, Elgin's with the wheelbarrow, right?
Well, I mean,
is he?
He's not
staying near it.
But yes, he's standing near it.
He's standing near it. So, well, I do that, and I just like, let's take him, let's go. I start running after Felix.
Okay. Elgin, you're left the wheelbarrow.
Yeah, no, that's
and the body with a caved-in head.
Oh, no, the body's in the wheelbarrow. I put the body in the wheelbarrow.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Wheelbarrow with the body with a caved-in head, yeah.
Well, at least now we have a real corpse next time we're stopped. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to head off and grab the other, sort of maneuver it so that we're each carrying a shaft of the wheelbarrow, so we can kind of double time it a little bit after Felix. Yes.
Well, Luciano already ran off. Wilfred is running past you. So
I'm going to spend my turn running back anyway. So I'll when I catch up with him, I'll start.
Yeah, you're the only one who can help, basically, Drick. Yeah. Okay, so Drick and Elgin, you're pushing the wheelbarrow, and you can hear the sounds of pursuit, sort of shouting, and you can hear the voice of Brother Wenzel in the distance. They killed Conrad. They're that way. And then sort of other voices. I can see them, I think. Get the bastards! And then sort of feet running after you. You are running in sort of a half darkness because you're not carrying any. There's a torch on the ground which you have left behind. The ones of you who are unencumbered can escape fairly easily because you have a good 100 yards or so. But the ones that are encumbered with the wheelbarrow, you two will have to roll me a athletics check. Because this is a assisted check. Actually, technically, only one of you is rolling. So whoever has the highest athletics, which I assume would be Elgin.
Yeah.
43.
Yeah, you got me.
Right. So you roll an athletics check, and because you are assisted by Drick, you can roll the digit of the first digit die. You can roll that twice and take the better result.
41 on the first roll.
Okay, you can roll another one.
Yeah, two.
As I said,
2 under. No, I'm not gonna risk. Do I have to take?
I think you can take the better one.
It's the better one.
Yeah,
I
you
think.
don't have to.
Another go. See if we can get below that. That's exactly the same. 41.
Wow. Okay. Well, you're perfectly synchronous. You're pushing the barrel like each of you, and after a few fairly nerve-wracking minutes, which will have both of you, because you rolled right on it, right? Or you said something like that, or very close.
It was like just below it.
Yeah. So I will have both of you roll me a peril check, a stress check. That is both the two pushing, and that will be a what is it called? Resolve. Yeah, resolve plus 20.
Resolve plus 20. Okay. 59. Oh, that's good. That's a 2. Holy shit.
And Elgin?
21 on 61.
You both succeed. So even though you are breathing heavily, and the chase has been pushing you, you managed to stay calm. At least after about 5 to 10 minutes, you've lost your pursuer somewhere in the dark, and you're now all like huddling together between two smallish mausoleums.
Okay.
And they're just like and listening out for the sounds of pursuit. You hear like shouting in the distance, but it's several hundred yards away.
Can I try by running past the scene? First of all, did they put the sword of the mercenary also within the wheelbarrow?
No, that was left behind on the ground.
Okay. Can I try to grab the sword and snuff out the torch by basically stomping on it whilst running?
If you stamp on a torch, it's not going to go out. You'd have to spend like a good 10-15 seconds basically trying to stamp it out.
Okay, and can I try to grab the sword?
You can do that for sure.
Okay. Do I need a check or just
No,
take it?
no, that works. That works.
Okay.
So you're not
pick up the sword. Yeah, cut yourself.
Well, I'm not quite used to working with this thing, but if we should run into any other guards, it might prove helpful.
True enough. So this sword is a martial melee weapon. And sorry, where is it? It's one-handed. Distance is obviously engaged. It deals 1d6 plus your combat modifier damage. And it is vicious. It has the vicious quality. Which means that if you use it to wound someone, he has to roll an additional die for injuries.
Okay.
All right, a couple minutes or so pass. You've all caught your breath, and Felix is standing there. I can't believe you killed him.
Wow, it was the only way. Plus, we got to get to that mausoleum pretty quick.
Yeah, luckily, they don't know where we're going. Shit. But now, Brother Wenzel knows that I'm with you. Shit! I can't go back.
Don't lose your nerve, Felix. We'll figure out a way.
What am I supposed to do now?
We're just your bodyguards, not your babysitters. Now, calm down. Were we on a direct route to the mausoleum while we encountered Brother Wenzel, or were we off path?
No, we were on a direct route, more or less, but there's tons of mausoleums here. I believe we shouldn't be too far off. He takes a look around and says, yes, in fact, that's it, right over there. And he points down the road, and you can see about maybe 50, 60 yards away from you is a sizable gray stone building. There's actually a small lantern shedding a little bit of light. It's been more like a candle encased in glass, really, but standing above the gate in like a small niche of the mausoleum.
Okay. Does it look like there are any people around or anything?
No.
Okay. In that case, I'll first of all try to fix the sword onto my side or onto my belt and hide it a bit beneath my robes, if that is at all possible.
It's fairly sizable. You won't be really able to hide it properly. You can sort of attach it to your belt. Doesn't feel great. You sort of have to hold it with one hand, nonetheless. Otherwise, it will probably slice through your belt. And yeah,
You could give it to me, considering I already have a sword.
yeah.
Well,
But, like you don't have two sheaths. You only
Well,
have.
that's true.
well, I could use a sheet from you, but I think I'll keep this spoils with me for the time being.
All right. Well, let's go over that mausoleum.
I might as well finish this. Shit. What am I gonna do? And he just starts mumbling to himself while you're walking.
I address him. Try to be more positive. See the bright side of it. At least your debt to Master Grimwald will be gone.
Right, but they'll kick me out of the order for sure for this. I can't go back. I can't even go back home now. I'll have to hide or something. Maybe even leave Melgard.
Just imagine what happens if we fail.
So I suppose it doesn't really matter, does it? If I have to leave the city anyway.
We'll
Anyway,
figure something out. Don't worry.
I brought you to the mausoleum. It's there. So from here on out, you're on your own.
Well, we're not gonna let you leave so quickly, Felix. You might.
Brought you here. That was the deal, wasn't it?
Yes, but I think it would be more prudent if you're accompanying us into the mausoleum. After all, Brother Wenzel did catch you with us, and the only real thing keeping you from ratting us out and running directly to Brother Wenzel and begging for his forgiveness and claiming...
I was with you. They saw me with you. We killed one of the Raven brothers.
Yes.
You know how much forgiveness the hooded one has?
Yes. I assume, though you might not be coming on to this idea yourself, maybe, but I can't risk that. I assume you would just claim that we have had terrified you and forced you to do our bidding, and that you were innocent. You didn't take part in the killing after all, did you?
Now, why are you going to give them ideas?
Well, then let's get it over with.
Well then, are these mausoleums usually locked? Do you have a key or anything?
I don't have a key. Only the family has one.
We got ways of getting there. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, then I'd suggest Master Dirk, you are somewhat proficient in that area. Do you have any ideas how to get in there?
Yeah, I got a crowbar. I got picks. I got. I can get into a lot of things. Don't worry.
Okay. Well then, I suggest you get to work on the lock. And Master Luciano, may I ask you personally to keep an eye on our pretty white-robed friend over here so that he doesn't try any funny things.
Black, not white.
Oh, so white-robed friend over here. So doesn't.
I've been his bodyguard this entire evening, so I don't see why not.
Guard his body, and in and in case he should do anything funny, we can put him to his Raven brother friend in the barrow.
What do you want with that body?
Careful, come on, Bistro.
Robot.
Ah. Hold on.
What are we gonna do with that body anyway?
Look, Boss Man doesn't tell us what he does with his bodies. We're not going to ask.
No, I mean with that one.
Oh,
While we are in a necropolis, we are going into a mausoleum that is presumably not going to be opened again after a while. What are mausoleums usually used for, huh? Go figure.
Fair exchange is no robbery. We'll just put him in Master Elazar's place.
Yeah, even swap, 1 for 1.
All right, sure, whatever.
Yeah, the hooded one
I'm going over
get
I'm going over to the entrance. So
the hooded one gets his due. A body for a body, a soul for a soul.
Don't worry.
So
The Hood doesn't care about that sort of thing. He gets them all, us all, I suppose, in the end, doesn't he?
Yeah, but not before Grimwald has his turn. Don't forget.
Yeah, I suppose. Let's get it over with.
yeah, I'm already at the door.
You see that the door is held by 2 large iron rods, which are wrapped together with a chain with a lock on it.
Alright. Lockpick.
Go for it.
When I roll.
That would be a skullduggery check.
Skullduggery. Alright.
The lock is of fairly high quality, so you will get a -10.
Alright. Yeah, let's do it. It's a 60 for a 38, so it's no go.
You're trying your hand at the lock, but you're not an expert lockpick. While you have some basic lockpicking skills, this is a good lock. This is an expensive lock.
Damn it. Mother.
okay, let me
Elgin.
give it.
You done. Elgin, get over here. I pull out my crowbar.
Yes.
Also, I just realized skullduggery is a advanced skill, which means that if you don't have a specialization in it, so if you don't have like at least 1 level, what you have to do is when you use it, you have to flip your whatever. So if you roll like a 51 or something, or say you roll a 15, then you have to flip your results, and both of those have to be successes to be a success.
Okay, so the flipped was a 6, but the other one was not a success, so it's not.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. Yeah. So I'm calling Elgin over. He's like, with the hold my crowbar out. I was like, yeah, this shit ain't budging. You want to take a crack?
All right.
All right.
Before he tries to destroy the lock, I move forward. Wait a second. Maybe it is more prudent to not leave too obvious a trail to follow. We might need our time.
I was planning on breaking the chain, not the lock.
Yeah, still, it is a bit obvious. Let me have a go at the lock first, please.
By all means.
I have my royal water with me, and if at all possible, I'd like to do an alchemy test to not use up the royal water.
Okay, fair enough. That would not be alchemy, however. That will be coordination.
Coordination, okay. Okay, any modifiers onto that?
No, just straight up.
Okay. That is 14 onto 41.
Success, excellent. You use about half of it, pouring it straight onto the lock, and you hear this sound. It takes about a minute or so until the lock is dissolved enough for you to cautiously, ever so cautiously, just rip it off, basically, off the chain.
Well, I suppose it was quieter. Still busted, but... All right. Start pulling those chains apart and get the door open.
Yeah, you drop the heavy chain on the ground and you pull the door open a little bit. It's a heavy stone door, two hand. So you had all your strength to pull it open, and you peek inside. And you can see the light of the little like candle that's above the door shines in a little bit, and you can see that there is a sort of T-shaped room inside of the mausoleum. So like a corridor that and a sort of a longish room at the end, and you can see there are beautifully carved portraits of men and women on the sides of the stone, like carved into the stone. They all sort of look a bit arrogant and haughty and dressed in finery, very, very fine, embellished clothing. Some of the men are wielding rapiers or something like that, or fencing blades. The women are usually carrying fruit or mirrors or something like that. There's a whole procession of them, about maybe 15 or so on each side. And at the end, you can just barely catch in the center of this room at the back, the outlines of like stone sarcophagus.
Okay. Do I see, or do we see anything? Is it all just this one T-shaped room on ground level, or is there any stairs leading downwards?
There is no stairs leading, as far as you can see anyway, from the entrance, there is no stairs leading downwards.
Okay. And would I know anything about this illustrious family or the...
that would be a education or folklore check.
Okay. I would prefer education if I can choose.
Go for it.
Okay. Since I have
education?
I have 1 rank in education, yes.
Because it is an advanced skill, so you don't have to flip the dice.
Yep. And dot still brings me +10, right?
Yes, always.
Okay. So 55 to beat with 10 on the 10s, 15 out of 55.
Perfect. So what you know from Elazar, from the Ludring family, is that it's an old merchant family that has mostly been investing in shipments and in what do you call that? I suppose insurance. Basically, they are insuring the content of other people's shipments, and they have made quite a sizable fortune. While they're not one of the most wealthy families in the city, they are slowly gaining wealth over the last 20, 30 years or so, and they are pushing to become one of the maybe 20 or so wealthiest families of, well, like wealthiest merchant families, not counting like the high lords and such. So they are definitely on the up and up.
Okay. With that, I suspect... Sorry, I muted myself there. With that, I suspect that they may have given, or is it commonly or common to give the dead something with them into their graves, or is that not a tradition of the region?
It's more of a northern barbaric tradition. It happens sometimes, but it's by no means sort of obligatory or anything like that.
Okay. With that and that background, I suppose they may have given some merchandise to the dead and look around doubly focused on whether there are any things that look valuable around.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Drake is obviously...
So are you entering the mausoleum then?
Well, I hold back a bit.
Drake steps in.
Okay.
And follow after Dirk. I don't want to be the first one stepping in.
Okay. Do you carry a light source, Drake?
Not right away. I'll probably like light a torch once I get a few steps, or like get like.
Okay. Yeah. You take a
paces
few steps inside and then raise a torch up, and you point around and you see.
I've got my stiletto in my other hand, so my main hand. So
you are slowly making your way down the corridor, and you see there are 3 sarcophagi at the back. And there is one of them looks untouched. The lid is not on it; it's open, so it must be waiting for a new inhabitant, so to speak. The other 2 are closed, and one of them is covered in what looks to be an old but fairly well preserved purplish rug or blanket or whatever, like a cloth. And that one has 2 silver candle holders on top of it, standing there. No candles, however, burning in there. The other one, which you assume would be the one that you are targeting, also has a sort of cloth on top of it. However, it's slid off a bit and it's sort of hanging off the side of the sarcophagus. And there is no candle holders to be seen on that one.
Okay, so we've got 2 closed. One of them is covered. One of them is not.
Yeah.
Okay. I move, or how far is dark in front of me?
Don't know. It's up to you.
I'm probably like, I'm going to take a peek inside the open one, just kind of.
Which one? The open one?
The open one, yeah.
Yeah, it's just empty rectangle stone.
Okay.
Are
In
they
the meantime,
horizontal against the ground, or are they like propped up?
No, they're lying. They're lying down.
Okay, gotcha. Where's the
Okay,
lid for
is
this
the-
one? Just like on the side like that?
No, there is no lid. On the open one, there's no lid at all.
Okay.
is the one with the candle holders atop it directly next to the open one, or
The one,
the
with
one adjacent?
top is the leftmost. The open one is the rightmost.
Okay. And does the light reach to the leftmost wall, or?
Yes. It's not a very large room. The mausoleum, while sizable, it's not at the size of like a living, like a proper house, like a mansion or something like that.
Okay. I move forward slowly to the one with the silver candle holders and try to put them into my pocket or into my shoulder.
They're kind of large, so they're like about this size, and they have like 4 prongs, so you won't be able to like put them away.
Ouch.
No, they're like, as I said, they're about this size. They're quite sizable.
Okay, in that case, I'll try to take only one of them. And can I try to also bind them on the other side of my belt?
They'd be too heavy for that. They would keep your trousers down, basically. They're quite maybe about 2 pounds, 3 pounds.
Okay. Well, in that case, I just take one of them and carry it slowly out towards the wheelbarrow.
Okay.
Because I assume we couldn't push the wheelbarrow, or could we push the wheelbarrow actually into the mausoleum?
Oh, there's plenty of space.
I'm standing by the wheelbarrow. I've not entered the tomb at all. And by the way, if you think that we're walking out of here with having grave robbed goods from the dead, you can carry it yourself, young man.
Old man, actually.
20 years older than you or something, but sure.
I was being facetious, but yes, carry on.
Well, the dead surely don't have any use for it. I'll just put it down on the wheelbarrow intermediary and continue carrying it a bit later. Yes, fine, sir? I put down the first candle holder onto the wheelbarrow right next to the corpse.
I'm taking that other candle stick in my bag. So.
All right. Yeah, it does fit. It will get your encumbrance up by 1, though. I don't think that's a problem for you, but you have to note that down in your character sheet just to make sure.
Okay, assuming that Elgon doesn't do anything against me putting the candlestick down, I turn around and walk back into the tomb.
Okay.
As soon as he turns around, I take the candlestick out of the wheelbarrow, put it on the floor.
Okay. So, what is Luciano doing while this is happening? Just standing outside? Brock, you there? Apparently not. Okay, continuing inside.
Okay.
No, I cannot. We cannot hear you. Sorry. You're muted, are you? No, you're not muted. Ah.
Okay, that's not too
Try
good.
re-logging in. Sometimes that fixes things. Yeah. Anyway, jumping into the mausoleum once more. So we have Drick inside and Wolfried just coming back inside as well.
Yeah. So the covered one looks like that one's older.
Yes, it does look like it's older. It looks like the cloth has been there for a couple years. It's already starting to fray a bit.
All right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
Now we can hear you.
Cool. I have video. Yay!
Yay!
All right.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna call to Elgin and have him try to help me with the lid on the other one, the one that's not covered.
Okay.
From underneath my brain and blood spattered shirt, draw out my little silver necklace with the icon of the martyr on it. Give it a quick kiss before I walk in.
Mm-hmm. And there's definitely a certain trepidation in your step as you walk into this mausoleum that you're a plunderer, but you push on.
All right, let's get this over with. What are we doing, Masters?
Right. Just you grab that side, kind of push it this way. I'm gonna pull on this side. I'm just gonna try and shift the lid off of the sarcophagus.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. With the two of you, it is a fairly simple task. It's heavy for one person, but for two people, it's definitely lifted. Like you can lift it up and slide it off a bit if you wanted to.
Watch your fingers. Watch your fingers.
As you do, Scoffers will slide the
I imagine I've handed off my torch to the doctor.
Right.
Yeah, I take the torch into the left hand.
Yeah.
And put the dagger back into its sheath and hold the sword in the other hand.
Okay.
Just in case anything weird happens.
You torch up and you look into the sarcophagus, and there's something there that you did not quite expect. It is not a corpse at all. It is a tunnel leading down. A hole, really.
What the shit?
Well, any idea what that could mean, Master Dirk?
It means we can pay enough for this shit. Felix!
He's still up.
Felix, get in here.
What do you want?
You got any ideas about this? Point down.
Starts coming inside. What do you mean about this? Get the body in. Let's get this over with.
Get over here, you guy.
He comes closer.
What you?
Looks into the sarcophagus. What? What by all the demons?
Is there any creature in the necropolis that could do this? Or do you think this is man-made?
Look like man-made, like man dug out?
Give me a... What would that be? Let me see. That would be an awareness check?
Awareness?
Okay.
Or
Can I...
scrutinize? Or...
Sorry? No, scrutinize is more for reading people.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I also try?
Sure.
All right, so I'm aiming for a 52, unless there's any other mods.
No.
52 exactly.
Nice.
Okay, 77 out of 59.
Okay. Drick, you're looking at it, and you think this must have been dug by pickaxes, shovels, something like that. It looks fairly new, in fact.
Is it
a couple hours old?
A couple hours old?
Yes.
Okay, so it's crude, it's recent.
Pretty much.
Shit. Do you want to check the other
It's very narrow,
just in case?
the whole thing. It's like only about maybe this wide, just enough for a man to fit through, basically.
Do we want to check the other bunks just in case? Maybe we're going to get lucky.
Yeah, let's do that.
Get the wrong one.
You push open the other sarcophagus, the last one.
Yeah.
There is a skeleton in there, mostly dissolved, with a little bit of flesh still on it. And it's dressed in like a white robe, basically, that's already started dissolving a bit as well.
I poke my head. I'm like, how's it going in there?
It's
There's a tunnel.
The body's gone.
I walk in and look and see a tunnel, and I'm just confused and kind of wait for our grave robber to say something about it.
I mean,
Meanwhile, I step up to the other sarcophagus with the skeleton in it and give it a closer look to see whether there are any valuables or anything at all that I could use for my alchemical pursuits.
Nothing you can use for all your alchemical pursuits, but there is a pretty fine golden amulet around the corpse, around the neck of the corpse.
Okay. Using my half-forgotten anatomical knowledge, I bring down the sword on the neck to break it and slide off the amulet
Right.
through the spleen.
Okay, you sort of jab it down, and Felix is like, "Whoa, what are you doing? What is he doing?" He looks at the rest of you.
I mean, it's what we're here to do. Just
We weren't here.
look, hurry up.
We're not here to grab trinkets and destroy bodies. We're here to get one out, aren't we? Now what? I'm not crawling down there.
I just kind of like glance over at Luciana. I'm like, shake my head. And I'm going to step down and kind of start going down that tunnel a little bit.
All right.
Wait a second. As I see him start to move down, I speak up to him. Wait a second. Maybe we should try to find a bit more inconspicuous location for the wheelbarrow first, and get the body we're giving in exchange here in here too.
Well, you fellas take care of that. I'm going to take a quick look. I'm not going to go far.
I'll go get the wheelbarrow then.
All right.
Well,
I'm going to accompany him.
Okay, he looks a bit annoyed as he sees that, but grabs the wheelbarrow with the body and starts slowly pushing it inside, struggling with it a bit. He's clearly not a very strong person.
Yeah.
Can we close the doors from the inside?
You can, yes.
We will do that.
the chandelier still stands outside
It
next
does,
to the door, right?
Yes, there's a chain and the candle stick.
Can I take in the candle lantern then?
You can, yeah, if you want to.
All right, I'll take that then.
You reach up and you just barely manage to, with the aid of your halberd, sort of shift it over and then grab it and carry it inside.
Awesome.
It doesn't give enough light, but enough to sort of see. But then again, you also have a torch.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm going to kind of take maybe just like a few yards, kind of check into the tunnel without light, just to see if there's if I can get a little bit.
Climbing down, right?
Yeah. Is it just a straight down tunnel?
It's not perfectly straight. It's slightly diagonal, so it's not too hard to climb. It is a bit muddy, and without light, you can't really see much.
Okay, I can't get it. All right, I'll pop back up and be like, Doc, give me the torch, please.
All right, the torch is handed to you.
Yeah,
And
and
you send
I'll kind
down.
of like slide back down a little bit and
You
see.
see there's trail, like prints everywhere. Someone has been like pushing through, definitely only a few hours ago here. And you look around and you come, the tunnel only goes down maybe about 3 yards or so underground, and then it comes to a halt, and there's a like tunnel going like an even tunnel, very, very narrow, very thin, going away into the darkness.
All right, I'll climb back up. Someone beats to the punch. Someone was
not-
expecting this.
That's not good. Well, if we don't get that body, we're in trouble with the boss man. So we gotta see where this goes.
This ain't right.
Right.
Like, you can't dig a tunnel like that in a day. Not like...
That is correct. You are very well correct. That this looks like at least 2-3 days work.
Someone knew he was dying.
Well, maybe someone caused his death.
Or
Did
if he owes Grimwald a favour, it's a neat way of getting out of paying him back, isn't it? Oh,
Well-
I'm dead. Except, of course, my grave is already prepared with an escape hatch.
Out of character, at the beginning, didn't somebody say that they were very eager to have him buried?
Yes.
Yeah, the family.
Very quickly, very shortly after his death. He had, as far as you know, he only died yesterday. They buried him this morning.
Okay. Did we hear anything else about the death or the burial?
No.
Were there like other rumors we could have gotten in touch with?
Maybe you could have, but you didn't.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well,
Just as a refresher, what was the status of this person again?
He was a
He's
rich
a-
merchant.
They were just a rich person, no like titles or anything like that.
No, he was not noble. He was a merchant class, a burgher, basically, the up and coming middle class, basically, but
Gotcha,
the very top of the middle class.
So
well, we gotta need to get this body to pay our debt, so I guess we just chase after. However, I suggest we put our friend here, and I put it there at Conrad, to rest first.
What? What do you mean?
Well, he's dead, isn't he? So come on, help me get him into this grave. Having put the gold amulet into my backpack, I basically go to the feet of Conrad and try or start lifting them up.
What? Where you
Come
want?
on, help
Where? Why? Just leave
into
it.
that
Fucking
into
weird.
that into that sarcophagus. We're gonna need the wheelbarrow later.
You can't push it down that tunnel anyway.
No, not the tunnel, you idiot. The other one on top of the skeleton.
No, you can't push the wheelbarrow down there. It's too narrow.
Felix, shut up.
All right.
No, he's not talking about taking the wheel there down.
Also, robot.
He's just getting ready for later.
Yeah, Kevin, just do a relog quick as usual.
Okay.
And yeah, okay, Felix, not really happy with that whole situation, but yeah, grabs the feet of the dead mercenary and you push, like, throw him onto the other skeleton, basically.
Yep. And with that, so now help me close the lid again.
All right.
So,
You push
Okay.
the lid closed.
good. With the closed lid, I take a look, having heard the commotion at the door before personally, I also walk up towards the door and peek outside shortly. I'm
The door's
probably
closed.
seeing...
You can't see outside. The door's closed.
Can I push open one half of the door quietly?
Or you can. I mean, not quietly. No, this is a heavy stone door. It's not. It's not doing anything quietly. But you can, yeah, if you want to.
Okay, so it did make some noise by closing it. Okay. Not seeing a candlestick. Okay. Well, before making any other noise, I return back and say to the rest of the guys, so come on, let's chase after the body we're supposed to bring to Master Grimwald to pay our debts.
I'll go first.
Okay. Climb down and make your way down without too many difficulties, as you are a fairly wiry guy and you have some basic experience in pushing yourself through narrow tunnels.
Yeah.
Okay. I give Felix a wide grin and say, it looks like you're lucky number 2, Felix.
All right. I suppose he's pushes himself up and then sort of nearly falls in. Yeah, hurting himself a bit in the process. Shit. And then slides down.
Okay. With that, I turn towards Luciano. Master Luciano, may I ask a small favor of you?
Yeah, what's up?
Well, seeing that I don't have quite such an experience with these, I point towards the sword I'm still holding. May I ask you to hold on to this a bit while I climb down the tunnel? Don't want to stab myself accidentally with it.
Of course, Doc. Of course. Just hand it to me.
All right.
I hand it over to him and then descend down the tunnel myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you one after the other, you slowly make your way down. And Drick, are you waiting for the rest of the group, or are you already exploring further onward?
I'll probably like move ahead a little bit and kind of wait for them to catch up.
Okay. You've only walked about maybe 10 yards or so, and then you see that the tunnel seems to be going up again.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll wait for them at the bottom of that slope. And when like Felix catches up, I'm gonna hand him the torch.
Okay. Yeah, he holds the torch, slightly shaky hand.
Yeah, it's like calm down, deep breaths. Stay back behind me a little bit, but close enough that
I don't really like tunnels.
that's fair. Most people don't.
Just remember, your bodyguards are right here. As I reach the bottom of the slope, I take my sword back from Luciano.
I give it back to him. Question: how close is the mausoleum to like the boundary of the necropolis?
It's very far off. It's about a good mile, nearly. Okay.
Yeah. So, so I'm telling folks, hold on the torch, stay back a little bit, just close enough that I can get a little bit of light, but
all right.
Just let me get a little bit ahead, right?
Sure.
All right, and I'll kind of stiletto in one hand and just push it forward.
Okay. It's sort of diagonally upwards, and then you can see what looks to be an exit. There's something like a. You look at it for a while and you realize it must be like a bush or something blocking the exit.
Okay. I'm gonna like on my way back to them to like tell them to stop and wait, and then I'll head up there.
Okay. Yeah, you come out and you can see there's a very large bush and like a tree next to it, and then there is a wall on the maybe about 2 yards away from you on the other side of the bush, basically.
Okay. This is like a mausoleum wall or something?
Yeah, but an exterior wall.
Right.
Like a back wall of a mausoleum or something.
Yeah. Anything around me at all? Like movement at all? Or
you can push through the bush, but you mean so anything to be seen, you mean?
Yeah.
Give me an awareness check.
Yeah. Any modifiers?
No mod. Minus 10. Let's say minus 10.
Okay, so I'll just cancel out my skill. So
yes.
42 is what I'm going for. That's 17. That's good.
Okay. You peek through the bush. You see a bit of moonlight. You still hear, like listening out, you hear in the distance still some shouting going on. It looks like they're still searching for you, but it's a fair bit off. It's nowhere near close by, a couple 100 yards off. And it seems quiet. Nothing to be seen.
Do I see any probably not so much with the amount of light, but like drag marks or anything, or any like signs of heavy movement?
Looking down back to you into the tunnel, there are in fact drag marks and footprints as well in the mud of the tunnel.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You're not an expert tracker or anything, but
yeah.
So that's what you see, just a couple footprints and drag marks.
Okay. Anything like leading out of it, or like any direction out of the tunnel?
Leading out, basically. Yeah, out through that bush.
Okay. Or if I
the whole tunnel was only about maybe 25, 30 yards long. So you must still be very close to the Ludring mausoleum.
Right. Any outside of the bush, like outside of the tunnel, any like marks that out there that I can...
Right. You can't really see very well through the bush. You'd have to step out first to see.
All right. Yeah, I'll peek out.
Okay. Push yourself through the bush, and you do see in the faint moonlight, very faintly, there are further marks there. Moving in, you're basically like in between the backs of 2 mausoleums.
Okay.
And that's where the tunnel starts, sort of dug diagonally in. And you actually see that there is a discarded broken shovel on the right side next to the bush.
Okay. Head back down. Tell Felix to snuff the torch and have him follow me back up.
I'm not going to snuff that. I'm not lean. We
You
won't
won't
be
just get caught. They're looking for us still out there. They ain't close, but close enough to see a torch.
I'll just put it here, all right? We won't take it with us. I don't want to be in the dark here. With trembling fingers, he just puts the torch onto the ground and sort of steps over it gingerly and follows you.
All right. Come on.
The rest of you following along?
Yep.
Yep, but first I snuff out the torch and shove it into my backpack.
Okay, well, it is pitch black now.
I still have the candle lantern.
Oh, you're still carrying. Okay, in that case, it's not pitch black. Sorry.
That's just a little bit of light.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not much light. The candle isn't, but it's just enough to see maybe about 2 or 3 yards around you, basically.
That's fine.
Okay. Felix is sort of standing next to the bush outside and says, as you come up, he says, "Shouldn't you make that out? We don't want to be caught, do we?"
I'll put it out when he gets out. It's fine.
Right.
No,
So,
of course not.
what are we doing now?
Is it possible to follow any drag marks or anything?
They are fairly well visible, so yeah, you should be able to follow it. You need a little bit of light, so without the lamp,
Okay, so
candle, tricky, but with the candle, it shouldn't be much of a problem.
Do we have a way to like cover part of the lantern so that like it only like sheds light and
Well, does
have, like,
anybody
like,
of you
hooded situation almost?
does anybody of you have a rag or something? We could
something
wrap
like
that around most of the sides. A little bit of Felix, would you be so kind to lend us a bit of your robes?
Sure. He sort of takes off the robe over his head, holds it up towards you.
I'll just kind of like cut the hood part off of it and hand it over to Luciana.
I just give you the lantern because I'm just like I don't know what you're doing.
Okay, so yeah.
He also sort of needs 2 hands.
I set the sword down on the ground, take the lantern and the piece of clothing and wrap it around basically from the top of the lantern over the sides around. And after a few reps that way, I also cover up the back side of the lantern so that it only lights in front.
That works. Sort of a makeshift.
Hand this lantern back to Dirk and then pick my sword up again.
It is Drick, not Dirk, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Drick.
His name is Kendrick, I believe, so he's going by Drick, the second part of the name.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll start following the drag marks.
Okay. You are
Following
following
to the ground.
They are not particularly inconspicuous. However, the people doing them have definitely been trying to sort of stick to the not so well-traveled parts of the necropolis. And they seem to be heading sort of northeast. And the further northeast you are going, after like 200 to 300 yards following these tracks, the more nervous your good friend Felix becomes. And he says, wait. It's not good. Not good at all.
What's around here, Felix?
If we continue going that way, I'm going to come to the bone court. I don't want to go to the bone court.
Does that ring a bell for me?
Give me a Well, that would be a folklore check. You, because you're generally familiar with the area, you would get a plus 20 on that check.
Plus 1. Alright. So I'm shooting for a 62. That's a 6.
Okay, yes. You have definitely heard of the Bone Court. It is a name that's been given to the oldest parts of the Necropolis. The parts where very few people ever go. Because there's a lot of legends about what happened to those who go to the Bone Courts. There's all kinds of wandering creatures and weird flickering lights that sometimes be seen on specific nights. And some people say that that's where the cults of the secret cults of the dark gods meet for the terrible ceremonies, sacrificing people to their masters and stuff like that. There's a ton of legends about that place. It's in the shadow of the oldest of the large sort of palaces of the dead, which is the resting place of one of the ancient kings of this area, whose name was long forgotten. Listen, we can't go there. There's all kinds of things happening there. I've heard terrible stories. Not even the Raven brothers go there.
Oh. Shit.
Well, that's not... try to look on the bright side. At least we won't run into any of the Raven brothers anymore.
The things that we're gonna run in there make the Raven brothers look like children.
Have you seen these things?
I've heard stories.
Look, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place, so...
Oh, the boy ain't wrong. That place is... I ain't saying we don't go. Just...
We can't go. We can't go. You're crazy. The Bone Courts. You know what's happening there? That's what it did.
You know what's gonna happen to you when you go back at the Red Hook, empty-handed? You're gonna end up on your goddamn hook.
What? I'd rather face the Red Hook than the Bone Courts. What's the worst they can do? Kill me?
And what's the worst that can happen to you at the Bone Court?
They can tear me apart. They can pull me down into the darkness. They can eat my soul.
Well, at least the tearing you apart part's probably also captured by Master Grimwald. So I'd vote we continue on. It is only the direction of the... It is only the direction of the Bone Court, yes?
I did my part of the deal. I brought you to the mausoleum. My debt is done. Tell the butcher that everything's squared. I did my part. I'm not going to the Bone Courts. I'm not.
Here's the issue that we have. We can't. At least I don't know how we got in here. So unless one of you people knew how to get in here, I don't.
Even just go in direction. You'll get to the wall eventually.
True.
Well, even if we did know the way out, there's no chance in hell I'd let you go away, Felix.
Fuck you! And he turns at once.
Okay.
Damn it!
I charge. I still have the sword in hand. Charge after him and basically try to whack him in.
What is your movement?
My movement is 7.
Okay. Give me a coordination check.
Okay. Coordination is under agility. Any modifiers?
No. It is an opposed check.
Okay. Oh shit! 94 out of 41.
Okay. You are for a split second you hesitate, and then as you start running, you realize this Felix guy is pretty fast. He's leaving you behind in a cloud of dust.
Okay,
That's your turn. What does the rest of you want to do?
I kind of turn the script and say, look, he's going. We get going. We find that body. We get out. Good?
Yeah, he ain't worth it.
We can't risk him running away. He may
You're
read
already
us.
running after him. So if you want to speak to the group, you are shouting. Do you want to shout?
Oh shit!
Wait, we're
no.
not shouting at. Well, I'm not shouting at Felix. I'm shouting. I'm
You're
talking to the rest.
talking to the other two who have not started running yet.
Ah, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nope. I don't shout. Don't
Okay.
need to draw any more attention to us.
Yeah, I'll let Felix go.
Same.
All right, Elgin.
In the absence of time for a group discussion, my instinct is to run after him.
Sorry, what did you say?
My instinct is to run after him.
Okay, then also give me a what did I say? Coordination check.
Yeah. 33 critical success.
Oh shit! Nice. With a critical success, you do catch up to him, and what do you want to do? Tackle him to the ground or something?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Run
Yeah.
the tackle round the legs.
You run past Wilfried and you leap after Felix just as he tries to round the corner, and you tackle him, and your weight bears him to the ground. Yeah.
I just want to hold on to his legs until somebody can assist me.
Yeah. Like you're strong enough. He's not very strong. He's fast on foot, but he's fairly weak. So you can easily like hold on to him, basically, force him down onto the ground underneath, like pin him underneath you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we'll go and deal with this then.
Yep.
Okay. Can I step up to the tackle down Felix?
Sure.
Okay. As I step up, I hold my sword. Is he lying face down or back down on the
He's
ground?
lying face down, and Elgin is sort of on front of him. His face is like this onto the ground.
Okay. I walk up to him, hold or place my sword on his neck, and menacingly basically get into his face and tell him, listen, my young friend, if you don't want to join Master Conrad on his way to the Hooded One, you better don't try any shit like this again, and lead us right towards wherever the body is gone. If you're lucky...
Where the body's gone? You saw the same tracks that I did, didn't you? You can follow them without me.
Yeah, but we sure as hell don't risk you running off and alerting your fellow servants of the Hooded One or the Raven Brothers on what happened here and what we are doing. Your debt is not due, and where we do not exactly know what terms you did hammer out with Master Grimwald, you're sure as hell not getting away from us. So, what say you? Do you want to accompany Master Conrad on his way to the Hooded One, or will you behave now?
Give me an intimidation check.
Yep.
At this point, I mentioned Luciano and I have caught up.
Yeah. If you wanted to catch up, you have.
Sure.
He didn't really get that far, maybe like 35, 40 yards before he was kept tackled down. It was just a quick burst.
Oh, there it is. Brawn, any modifiers?
No.
Okay.
I'm handing Luciano my blackjack. It's like, knock your stupid ass out.
53 out of 35.
Okay. He looks at you and says, I'm not going to the bone court. I'd rather be killed by you, assholes, than go there and have my soul eaten.
I'm gonna now that I have a blackjack, I'm just gonna try knocking out Felix.
Sure. You don't have to roll.
Cool.
He's grappled and held. So you're using a knockout.
Yes.
Yeah. So he suffers 2d10 plus. What's your brawn bonus?
My brawn bonus is 5.
So roll me 2d10.
All right.
Holy shit! He might actually.
7, 12.
12. That's a 5. That is a 11. Yeah, he suffers enough. He's already been very stressed. about the whole circumstance. So his peril threshold is already quite low down, and you go up and smack him in the face, or the back of the head, basically. He just slumps down and is unconscious.
Cowards die, cowards death.
Is he dead?
He's not dead, but he soon will be.
Right, tear the strips off his cloak, bind him, gag him, leave him in the mausoleum.
Yeah.
Well, we can do that later. We might still need him as a guide to get out of here. Master Elgin.
We could do exactly what he said. Just head to one of the walls once we have the body. It's not a problem.
Yeah, I tie him up, throw him back in the tunnel, and just leave him behind. It's fine.
I'd still prefer to take him with us.
He's just gonna slow us down. You're gonna have one of us carry him?
Yeah, Master Elgon looks
And we gotta carry
quite
two bodies with
strong
us.
to us.
Once we find...
No, we placed the mercenary into one of the sarcophagi.
No, but I mean, once we get the guy we're looking for, then we gotta carry two people.
He's gonna be one of two things. He's gonna be dead weight, or he's gonna be a potential opponent.
Well,
Exactly.
have it your way, but wait. Let me take one action first. I put my sword down on the ground, take out my dagger, and try to cut his hamstring tendons.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So this, ladies and gentlemen, is something to give you a shit ton of corruption, by the way, if we're using the corruption rules.
Damn.
Sure. You go down, you grab his legs, and you just... And as soon as that happens, he goes...
God damn it!
Wait, isn't he unconscious?
Yeah, he's got his fucking ankles cut, though.
That's true. That's true.
Like, I'm like, hands over his mouth, like, what the fuck are you doing?
He went back unconscious instantly, pretty much.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
All right, forget tying him up. Just throw him in the tunnel. Let's go.
Seriously.
He's bleeding quite heavily. He'd probably die if you leave him behind.
Oh.
That was 2 deep cuts.
Well, to be fair, one would probably have done.
Oops! I must have forgotten more about anatomy than I actually thought. I clean my dagger on his ropes. No, wait. I clean my dagger on his trousers, put it back in his sheath, strip him of his ropes, rolled it up, and put it in my belt.
2 or 3 minutes?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I ain't waiting that long. I've already got a leg and I'm dragging it back towards the tunnel.
Just do a quick relog once again.
Yeah.
Robert.
Pathetically inadequately, I will attempt to bandage him.
You can. You have bandages, don't you?
I do.
I believe that is actually an automatic success.
I don't
Hey.
know.
If I remember correctly, if you have bandages. So
Well, there's a heal skill, but
yes, there is. But if no, actually, you're right. That depends on his level of injury. So yeah, you have to roll on the heal check.
okay. But that is okay. I have to flip to fail for this because I have nothing.
Yes, if you don't have any skill ranks, which I presume you don't as a smith.
Oh, it's 42, so it's a pass either way on intelligence of.
Wow, nice.
Yeah. There we
Felix
go.
seems to be living. So while I believe Drick, you said you want to drag him back to the tunnel, yeah?
Yeah.
The thing is, the tunnel is like 300, 400 yards away.
Shit.
You've been following so I mean, there's plenty of hiding places though.
Okay, yeah, I'll just find.
This is not an area of the necropolis that is very heavily traveled, so you can push him under a bush, or there's
I'll find a ditch or a bush or something, and just
mausoleums. You could push him through one of those, and so on.
just nearest ditch or bush, and I'll just dump the body.
Okay, and while this is happening, basically tying a layer of this will take 2 of your bandages away.
Okay. Yep.
As you tie both his wounds and manage to not stop it completely, but slow it down to an extent where he will not bleed to death.
Okay, I still try to strip him of his ropes. If I am successful with that, put them on, and then take up the sword And
Well, the ropes are blood drenched as you have cut his muscles, and the ropes go down nearly to the ground, basically. So the whole bottom part of the ropes is drenched in blood. You can still do it if you want, but I'm just saying.
Plus they're black, so it's not going to show.
yeah, I still put them on, not caring about the blood, then picking up the sword and
Okay.
walking along towards the marks.
Okay. You can hear, while you're moving away, you can hear like running footsteps coming, and you see like the light of two lanterns bobbing in the distance. But the Raven brothers are too slow. They can't. You were several hundred yards away from them, and they don't seem to know exactly where the scream came from. So they're like searching the area. You can see their lights moving around a bit, but you're already leaving the area. So they will not catch up with you.
The source of my anxiety is now shifted from Felix to the doctor.
Because
As it
this
should.
was a kind of a stressful situation, the whole thing. Now all of you roll a stress check, so that is
Do I have to wait? Do I have to still roll because I've indifference?
Yes, I was just going to say you do not have to roll.
Cool.
You've seen worse things in battle.
Okay, that's good. That's a 25.
Stress was against the peril threshold?
It's resolve. It's a skill with willpower.
Yeah,
Okay.
willpower. So 25 under the target 39. So I'm good.
4 out of 42.
Okay, you're fine as well. And Elgin?
Exactly double what I needed. So I'm 82 on a 41.
Okay, you take how high is your peril threshold?
Base is 7.
Your base is 7. Okay, so you take 1 level of peril.
Okay, ignore dice. All right.
You ignore that. Oh yes, you have the that feat. Oh,
No.
actually, no. It does. That's only physical peril, I believe.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Yep.
That's more like exhaustion and stuff, which is also peril.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're, but this is mental.
Oh, does he also have the long-winded?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, you have it there as well. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I do. Apparently.
Okay. Yep.
Right. So you continue.
So just to clarify, the on the character sheet, the unhindered box is ticked by default.
Yes.
So on a fail, I'm now going to be just in peril,
peril.
no penalty.
You are in peril. That is, as by itself, it just makes you a bit more nervous. It does not give you any rule-wise any modifiers. The next level, however, will.
Yep.
Okay. So you continue on towards the bone courts, following these weird drag marks. And as we are now approaching the final part of the adventure, we'll have a 4 or 5 minute break.
Okay, good. I was about to ask.
Maybe bathroom time, grab some water and such, and then we'll be leaping back in and finishing this off. So I'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
Yep.
All right, sounds good.
Sorry again for
Well, never let it be not said that it wasn't grim and perilous.
Well, I'm doing my best.
It's just cutting the guy's fucking tendons.
Ugh. Yeah.
All right.
Hello.
Hi. Apparently, basic knowledge of anatomy just turns you into a serial killer.
Wait, what?
Okay. I'm back, and sorry, I didn't mean for him to scream like that and stuff.
So Arthur, that's the problem. That's the problem. No.
Yeah, that was the problem.
Okay, anyway, continuing on.
It didn't help, but there were definitely other circumstances.
By the light of that small little lantern, held by whom, by the way? Okay, Drick is holding that. You are following this path into the bone courts, the most ancient part of the necropolis. The path is unguarded. There are no lights to be seen, no raven brothers, no priests. In fact, the further you go, the more you get the feeling that you are stepping back into time, a time before your own kind, a time maybe even before the current city of Melgard. You see small buildings, maybe some sort of mausoleums as such, built in a style that is unfamiliar to you. You see columns of stone about maybe 7-8 feet high, carved with symbols that you have not seen before. You see demonic gargoyle-like visages, carved of stone, bent over goblin-like figures, keeping silent watch over ancient graves that have long since been forgotten. Wind and weather has damaged a lot here. There's bits and pieces of these statues missing, which makes them even more spooky than they already are. Every now and then, there is sound. Scuttling sounds. Maybe rats, maybe other things. A little bit of wind picks up and blows a few dead leaves across your path. The drag marks and the footprints of what you think two or three people are continuing on, swirling around a bit left and right, but mostly continuing northeast. There are doors here and there, heavy doors, reinforced with iron, partially broken, partially made of stone, untouched by the terrible gnawing tooth of time. You come past what looks to be some sort of ancient temple whose roof has collapsed, but what you can see of it strikes you as macabre. There are things that look like tortured faces that are carved into the stone in a way that it seems to suggest that these faces, these human faces, men, women, children, are emerging out from the stone, the lips and mouths open in a silent and eternal scream. The whole atmosphere is oppressing, and the only thing you can hear is your own breath and your footsteps. It seems like everything around you is quiet, but it is not a serene type of quiet. It is more the silence before violence, or the silence before a predator leaps for the kill, as you get the feeling that you are watched by invisible eyes. Once, two large rats, and by large I mean the size of dogs, run about 50 yards across your path. You stop, and one of them looks over and hisses at you, and then they continue and disappear into the shadow. Once, while you're passing by what looks an ancient mausoleum, you swear that you can hear footsteps inside on the stone. And then, as you're passing by, there is a short scraping sound, and the gate of the mausoleum, an ancient wooden and metal thing, partially broken, seems to rattle slowly. You're not sure if it's just the wind or the shifting of the old wood, or if there's actually something or someone scratching at it from the inside. I'll have all of you guys roll me another peril check.
Resolve.
Yes, this is resolved. It is a
Oh,
must.
boy.
Actually, in fact, I believe the only one who does not have to roll this is Drick. I believe you have the I sell the dead feature, which makes you immune to that sort of thing.
Yeah. Where is it?
Yes.
Where is it? I remember seeing it.
It's on the first page of your character sheet.
Okay, yeah. When facing supernatural creatures, you always succeed at resolve test. Yes. Okay.
62 out of 42, so I failed.
Okay. Luciano?
I got a 22 out of 43, so I got a critical success.
Oh, nice. Elgin?
Fail.
Okay. So, Elgin, that is 8 points for you.
Okay.
And that is 9 points for Wilfried.
Okay. My peril threshold is 6, so...
Okay, so you go down 1.
Okay.
So what did I suffer last time? I can't remember. Was it
They don't add up.
Oh, right. Okay. So it's just, okay. Yeah. So it's just each time. Okay. I get
Just
it.
another level, I believe.
Yeah.
And you are now quite badly shaken. Your hands are shaking and you don't like this place. You know that technically it's not that far away from home. It's only a few miles, but you sense or you feel like you're stepped into a completely different world. You never wanted to be here. And you can't help but feel that you're not going to make it out.
Yeah, I'm just pressing on as quietly as I can.
Follow these drag marks for maybe nearly a mile or so. And you see now looming in front of you the shadow of a massive structure, maybe 200-300 yards down the road, this ancient palace of the dead, bearing the name of some long forgotten king. But before you get there, there is a small plaza. In the center of it, a half-broken statue of some sort of warrior, a hooded figure with a spear, but the left arm that might have been holding a shield or something once is gone, and there's heavy cracks running through the whole thing. And as you come upon that, you can see a single body on the ground, dead, clearly dead, and puddles of blood, dried, but still fairly fresh around it.
I don't suppose we're, like, from our distance, we can't tell
Yeah, you're
what
about.
the nature of the wounds are.
You can only see, like, basically a silhouette in the moon, and just enough moonlight to make out that it is a body. It looks pretty heavily mangled.
Does the drag mark continue after this body?
The
Past this
drag
body?
mark seems to be going straight for the body, as far as you can tell.
Okay.
How is the body dressed? Is it like in a shroud? Is it?
Doesn't seem to be, no, from what you can tell from this distance.
Okay, and how big is the plaza, and are there any other entrances onto it?
Yes, there's about 5 or 6 other entrances, and the plaza is about maybe, it's vaguely round, and it's about maybe 15 yards or so radius, so it's pretty large.
Sorry, and you said the body was at the entrance to the plaza, or the entrance to, like, a temple? Or?
The body.
Mhm.
The body is sort of close to the statue, which stands to the center. It's not perfectly at the center. It's a bit closer to you than to the center, but it's definitely in the plaza.
Okay. I hold on tightly to my sword, and walk into the plaza and then go directly alongside the wall. So basically with the back to the wall outside of the entrance towards the right.
Yeah, there's several old mausoleums basically encircling the plaza, about half a dozen or so.
I'm hiding somewhere along the edge, just kind of watching.
Okay.
I'll go towards the body with my halberd out.
Okay. Let's see. What are you doing, Elgin?
I am pausing to await further developments.
Okay. Wilfried, you give me a awareness check.
Perception awareness. I have 1 rank in that. So
All right.
any other modifiers?
No.
Okay, so 59 then. And I rolled 47.
Okay. So you're going left or right around the plaza?
Right along the plaza.
As you're going to the right, you see that there are more drag marks, larger ones, in fact, that seem to be going from around the area of the body to the right, and then beyond the plaza, away to the right.
Okay.
And while this is happening, Luciano, you approach the body, and you see the body is a man. It's hard to say, but a young-ish man, was, I should say. He was wearing some sort of leather, like jerkin or something. And there is what looks to be a broken lantern next to him. And there's also a sort of a dagger, a long stiletto or some sort of some type lying on the ground next to him. The body itself is half torn apart. It looks pretty gruesome.
Like killed by wolves type thing?
It's sort of, yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right.
Thankfully, dark for you to see any specific details, but this one's definitely very dead. You don't think he's been dead for very long, couple hours maybe, at the most.
I don't think there's anything to be done. I'll go back to the group.
Okay.
Well, looks like he got mangled by wolves or something. I'm not sure.
As Luciano comes back and nothing else happens, I also slowly walk forward towards the body to inspect it a bit closer.
Okay. Give me an awareness check.
Okay.
You're struggling to perceive in this little bit of moonlight that's coming in any of the body.
This time it's 93 out of 59.
There's no details to be seen. You don't have enough light. The little bit of moonlight that's coming up from above is not enough.
Okay. Do I still see the dagger?
The stiletto? No. With that roll, you don't even see that.
Okay. And am I standing right next to the body or a bit away?
Yeah, you're standing like over it, basically, looking down.
Okay. I hiss towards Luciano. Luciano, bring back the light.
It's actually Drick who's holding that.
Yeah, Dirk has it.
Oops.
I had it when we were in the tunnel, but he took it.
Okay, sorry. Drake, bring over the light.
Yeah.
All right. I'll slip out there.
Okay, you're also roboting.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yes.
I should also say I gave Drick back his blackjack. That is also a thing.
Yeah, fair enough. So, Drick, you have your blackjack and the lantern, and you're approaching closely, and you look down onto this body, and first thing you notice is you actually know this guy.
Oh, shit.
He's a fellow grave robber by the name of Silas. You didn't know him very well.
You son of a bitch. You killed Silas.
You talked to him several times before.
Silas is the name of my wizard character in our other game.
Oh, that's right. I didn't even. just happened.
Oh yeah, you didn't think of that at all.
No, actually I didn't. Sort of a fella, maybe about in his early 20s. You've talked to him a couple times. He was always a bit too daring for your liking. So you fully expected him something bad to happen to him. He was always basically boasting with his accomplishments and such. And while he was certainly skilled enough grave robber, he had earned quite a bit of money. You hadn't seen him for about a week or so at least. But here he lies. And in the light, you can see he's been torn open. Like his flesh is ripped, and like you can see the rib cage underneath, and the bone is broken, and there's large chunks of flesh that seem to be missing.
Does it look like teeth marks or like claw marks at all?
Looking a closer look, you would say yes, both claw marks and tooth marks on the body.
Okay. Do I have, as I suppose I also see those marks, any idea what kind of beast or creature could do this?
Anything with large claws and teeth. You're not an expert on bestiology. It's hard to say.
Okay. And I guess I now also see the dagger.
The stiletto, yes.
Oh, the stiletto, yes.
It's like a long, thin blade, basically.
Okay. I give a quick glance towards Dirk and then pick up the stiletto and put it in my belt.
Drick, not Dirk.
Rick.
Yeah, I'm not really saying anything. I'm just kind of looking at him. Just shake my head a little bit.
I kind of look towards the apothecary, just like, or actually I look both of them because they're here. Just like, are there wolves in the Necropolis? Is that a thing?
Is that a thing? Is that something we be aware of?
Would not be any wolves close to Melgard. They've been hunted to extinction in these parts many years ago.
Oh,
Bears or anything like that, or
not as far as you know. No large beasts. But then again, you have heard stories.
there's also massive rats.
Creatures. Yes, the rats for sure. But
I mean, even those would be
bigger than rats, even though unless it's even bigger than the rats you saw, and they were big enough.
all right. I'll pull up like tarnished like holy symbol, like for like a symbol of God. I have no idea who it is, but you know, it's something I stole at some point.
All right.
It's kind of like press it on the shoulder for a moment and put it away.
Mm-hmm.
And I head back to the edge of the plaza.
Well, I answered Luciano. Well, not as far as I know, no. But I've heard some stories about beasts and other unholy things inhabiting this necropolis, and also walk back towards the rest of the group.
great. I walked out towards the group, kind of just mumbling about these Melgardians and the fact that they don't burn their dead.
So you saw drag marks going that way still.
Yes, and they're larger now, the drag marks.
They have to be larger.
You think there's more than one body being dragged now?
I mean, we keep pressing on, don't we?
Well, if we don't want to end up worse than our good friend Felix, I guess we have not much of a choice.
Given how you treated Felix, I'm not inclined to argue.
Like you said, Doc.
Okay, so you're following the drag marks. And you find very quickly after following the drag marks, you find several daggers and bits and pieces of clothing, a crowbar, a half a broken shovel, another one. It looks like just bits and pieces that have been discarded on the way, or been dropped maybe on the way. And the drag marks don't go very far. They only go maybe about 100, 120 yards, and they go into a building that looks like some sort of old temple. It's mostly nondescript, as temples go in this part of Necropolis. It has 2 tall columns holding on to like a overhanging part of the roof. Parts of the roof have collapsed, and you can see there's like a small pond nearly, only about maybe 10, 12 feet across on the left side of this temple, like a large puddle, I suppose. And the drag marks go straight in, and you can see what looks to be some sort of maybe religious or some sort of other symbols sort of etched into the stone with quite high precision. In fact, precious enough that you, Wilfried, think that this must have been done with some sort of acid, not with normal carving tools. They're showing, it looks to be a hand clutching some sort of, maybe a flame or something, you're not quite sure. It's been worn away. This is a very old place.
Mm-hmm. How far away are these symbols from the pond?
I mean, the pond's on the side of the temple, so maybe about 10 yards or so.
Okay, so the symbols are on the temple?
Yes.
And the pond, okay.
The pond is on the left side, besides the temple.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I fair bit of distance to the pond and slowly approach the entrance gate and give those symbols a closer look.
Okay. Give me a stealth check, please.
Okay. Stealth is under agility. Any modifiers?
Yes.
63 out of 41.
Okay. As you are approaching, you can hear, sounds like voices coming from the temple. Quiet voices, mumbling something. You stop at the entrance, and you hear a voice saying, "It should be soon. Pass me another one." And another voice, it sounds like a female one, going, "You had enough, haven't you? These should last us for a while." "Ah, don't be like that, dear." The first voice goes again. And then it stops talking, and you can hear what, like a sniffling sound. Then you hear a quiet growl coming from the inside, and you look down onto yourself and you realize that you're still wearing these blood-drenched robes. And then the two voices in the temple go quiet.
As I hear these voices, I raise the sword, ignore the symbols, rush back towards the group, and basically try to get to the far end of the group so that I'm farthest away from the temple.
Okay, so you see basically, what you see is Wilfried walking up, I mean, about 20, 30 yards to the temple and looking up to the symbols and then freezing. And then about 5, 6 seconds pass, and he turns and runs away from the entrance of the temple, pushing past you and then turning behind you basically to face the temple once more as he ran past you.
Dive into the nearest cover and try to hide.
Okay. Give me a stealth check if you want to.
Let's see, any mods?
No modifiers.
All right, so I'm shooting for a 58. God. Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
That's a 99.
Nice, that is a critical fail.
Do I burn one? Guys?
Oh.
We have, what, 3 left?
Yeah.
I don't know. We're all probably going to die anyway, so...
Well, we're certainly going to get caught at some point.
Yeah. Hello? Can you guys hear
Hey,
me?
hi.
Yeah, we got. Yeah, he's there.
I like.
No, we hear you. Yeah?
So, on the plus side, you guys gain a fortune point.
This is true.
Your Wheel of Fortune ability that every time you roll a critical fail on the skill check, you gain a fortune point for the group.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty powerful ability.
So I mean, yeah. Let's go ahead and burn one to use the one I gained to burn it, and then
Okay, sure, that works.
and then we'll end up with 3 and 3. This will be interesting. Oh hey, look at that! Critical success, 33.
Mhm.
Okay, that's better. Okay, so you basically leaping to the side, you nearly hit your head on an overhanging piece of a statue, but you duck under, slipping basically in the mud in the very last moment, and then leaping behind that statue. What is the rest of you guys doing? And more specifically, Elgin and Luciana.
At this point, I am hunting feverishly in my rucksack for my grave root.
Okay, you managed to get it out. That is what you're doing, Luciana.
I actually do not know what to do in this instance. I guess I'll ready my halberd and
Okay,
act
just
like I'm
entrance.
supposed to be here, you know, because I'm definitely a Raven's brother, and what they're not here, so what do they know?
Okay, so you hear nothing. A few seconds pass, maybe 10, 15 seconds, the three of you just waiting, and I assume that Elgin is smearing grave root onto his hammer or something.
Question. Now it says here about if subject to doses. Now,
Yes.
does that mean if I apply 3 doses, I have to hit with it and then it's used, or
Indeed.
that there are 3 potential doses per hit?
No, it depends on how much you put on the weapon.
So I could put all 3 doses on.
Yes, if you have 3 doses, you could put all of them on.
Then that is what I will do.
All right.
Put it on my shiv, not my blacksmith.
Oh, your shiv. All right. So you're just like smearing this paste onto your shiv, trying not to cut yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You can see a figure appearing. It's covered mostly in darkness. There's not much to be seen. What did you do with the light trick? I assume you didn't take it with you while you were hiding, so you just dropped it onto the ground?
As I'm hiding, like I turned it down, like it was like face down. Like
Okay.
the side that was
Carrying.
the open side is like down.
Yeah. All right.
It's covered.
You see a humanoid figure appearing in the shadow of the entrance of the temple. The figure is sort of crouching a bit as it looks over to you. You can see its head sort of turns to the side, looking at the 3 men standing there about maybe 20 yards away from the temple. And it says, my, a female voice. Who do we have here? What brings 3 strong, healthy specimens like yourself into these old parts of town?
Well, I'm a member of the Ravens Brothers, and we're the ones who patrol this area, so, you know, we have to do a patrol here every once in a while. Is that right, brother? I turn towards the doctor, who's wearing the robes of Felix.
Aye, indeed.
Ah, servants of the final lord, are you?
Aye.
Well, I got news for you, my friends. The name of your god is not really very accurate.
Kind of just give him a quizzical, or her quizzical look, just like, huh?
The final lord. It implies finality. There's nothing final in death. In fact, death is just a lie. The greatest lie of all, really.
So you are saying or claiming that death is merely a beginning?
Yes, it is one beginning. Oh, sure. The figure takes 2 steps closer. You can see it's definitely a woman. She's wrapped in some sort of tattered clothing, but there's something weird about her. The way she's standing there, the way she's moving forward, can't quite grasp it, but there's definitely something weird about her. While this is happening, Drake, give me a awareness check, please.
I take a step towards the left and turn my back against the wall of one of the mausoleums.
We'll come to that. Awareness check for Drake, please.
Sorry. 22, shooting for a 40, 50 something.
Okay.
So,
So 22. So how many degrees do you have? What is your agility modifier? Agility bonus, I mean, sorry?
5?
Oh, sorry, not agility. What
Or
about
no, perception, also 5.
5, and you rolled it. Did you take 22?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is 5 plus 2 is 7.
Yeah.
I have a more. Sorry.
Doesn't matter at all. It was a crit.
Sorry?
Doesn't matter at all that it was a crit.
Oh, it was a crit. With a crit, you automatically win an opposed check.
Okay, there we go.
I was not aware. Sorry about that. You see movement to the right of the group, a figure crouched down between the rocks of the fallen mausoleum there, slowly coming closer. And the figure sort of moves in all fours, like some sort of beast, but it's definitely a humanoid figure. And it's stealthing in while they're talking to the woman, and it's crouched down and getting ready for the jump. What do you do?
Can I...
Has not seen you yet, but its eyes are fixated on your 3 companions.
Can I grab like a bit of like stone or something, like something loose and like weighty enough to throw?
You can. There's plenty of small rocks crumbling down.
Okay, I'm just gonna grab something from like nearby and throw it in that thing's direction.
Okay, that would be a simple ranged roll.
Okay.
Because you're not trying to hit something specific, just a vague direction, I will give you a plus 20.
Okay. So simple range, plus 20, I'm aiming for 56. So that's not, yeah, that's a 69.
You chuck the rock, but it's heavier than you expected. You misjudged and you're sort of hesitating as well. So the rock just like flies about maybe 3-4 yards and just hits the ground. In fact, you guys hear that behind you. So you hear like a behind you. And I assume because Wilfred is already moving, you sort of turn around and look in that direction, but there's nothing to be seen. And that very moment, there is movement to your right, and a figure bursts out of the darkness, leaping straight for you, Wilfred. You just not even have enough time to turn as it tackles into you.
Okay.
Ooh, that is a 1. That hits for sure. So, Wilfried, you are surprised, which means you cannot act against this. The figure tackles into you, and you see a hand with long nails, claw-like. It rips in to you, and this is going to be charge and surprise. So the thing is rolling 3 dice against you. No 6s though, so you got lucky there. That will be 6 plus 8. That is 14. What is your wound threshold?
My damage threshold is 3.
Okay, so 3 plus 6 is 9, plus 12 is 15. So, ooh, it just barely did not give you 3 levels of damage. Ooh. Just by 1.
Okay, so I'm now at moderately wounded.
Yes, indeed. So you go through lightly rips into your side, and I have to roll. Actually, you have to roll d6. If you roll a 6, you will take that. You will take a wound, a injury, I should say. Roll
Okay,
1d6.
just 1.
Yes.
And 1.
Okay, so you do not take any injury. However, because you are unarmored, you instantly start bleeding like hell. You are now afflicted with the bleeding condition, which means one of two things. First, you cannot regain neither peril nor wounds while you are bleeding. Second, if you bleed long enough, you will die instantly. So let's see, bleeding, page 271. What is your brawn bonus?
My brawn bonus is 3.
Okay, so if you bleed on your 4th turn, you will die from bleeding if you do not stem the bleeding. Welcome to grim and perilous dark fantasy fighting, especially if you're not wearing any armor.
Okay, and to stem the bleeding, what would I need to do?
Well, first you need some sort of bandages or something, which I don't think you have. And then you have to spend 3 action points to stop the bleeding.
Okay.
Okay. That was the surprise round. Now we are rolling initiative, my friends.
Initiative.
18.
Sorry?
It's an 18.
What? An 18?
10 plus 8.
Shit. Okay.
Wow.
I got an 8.
Okay, so
I got 12. 4 plus 8.
18 drip. You said 12, right? For Wilfried?
Yep.
What was that, Luciano?
8.
Okay. Elgin?
15.
Not bad. Let's see, the 2 beings plus 8 on initiative. Oh, that is a 9 and a 17. Okay, we're starting with Drick. Go ahead, Gut, what you wish to do. You see this thing, the male one, tackling your companion Wolfried and ripping into his side. There's blood running down, quite a lot of blood.
How close is he?
He's about maybe 5-6 yards away, not very far.
Okay. I'm I guess I'm just gonna walk up and try to stab the damn thing. That seems like a bad idea. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna stiletto. Just try and...
Okay, so I assume you already drew your weapon. Well, I'll give you that much.
Oh no, yeah, I've had my stiletto this whole like since the tunnel.
So you run at the thing, and you can charge if you want.
I'm not gonna charge. I'm
Okay.
gonna save that 1 point for a parry or something.
Well, you have 3 points.
Yeah, so move, stab, and then save 1 point for a parry.
Oh yeah, okay, that works as well.
Oh shit. Okay, that's oh wait, no. That's a 100, isn't it?
100 critical fail.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah, sure. Give me another one.
take fortune pool.
Sure. You gain 1 and you lose 1 because your ability as a critical fail. Oh, actually no, that's not it. This is actually it is a skill check because everything is a skill check. So I suppose your ability just pretty much works every time.
Yeah. So we got 4 points in the misfortune pool, guys.
That's cool.
That's a 26. That's much better.
Okay. Does your stiletto have the fast
Yes.
rule by any chance? Okay,
It does.
that means he gets a -10 on his dodge check.
Yeah, it's fast and it's vicious.
Oh, vicious is also very nice.
But it's weak.
With a dodge of 60. Where is it? Dodge of 60. No, that's a fail. I will spend one of my dice to reroll.
Here we go.
And it still fails. God damn it.
Cool. So I'm just rolling a d6 plus wrong.
Whatever it says on your
Well, it doesn't actually say anything in the damage block for stiletto. The black check says 1d6 plus. Sorry.
What attributes does the stiletto have?
Fast, vicious, weak. Something like
Okay, if it's fast, vicious, and weak, that just means that you roll your combat modifier. Your combat bonus plus a d6.
Okay, combat, yeah. Right. Gotcha. That's a 7 total.
7 total.
Does that have to do anything to it?
It does not do anything.
Shit.
You stab it in the side, but the little bit of clothing that it's wearing, it's a tough flesh, and the fact that it twists out of most of your blow makes you miss. And you also have to robot, because you're roboting relog real quick.
Okay.
We have the female one will drop down on all fours and run at you, Luciano. Leap and slash at you.
Oh, great.
Charge attack.
Can I do anything, or?
Yes, you can. You're not surprised, so you can parry.
Can I?
Well, technically, you didn't have any, but I'll say you can.
I mean, I could have also just used danger sense and used a fortune point and not have been surprised. But
well, you weren't surprised as such.
Yeah. So I'll do parry, I guess. I don't know what it is.
I need to hit first.
Okay, right.
Which I do.
Okay.
So yeah, you can. But that's the only thing you can do. You can do parry.
Parry. Okay. I will parry. It's 52 is what I'm looking for.
Fast, so you get a -10.
Great. That is a 74. All right, that is a fail.
All right, and because I am really evil, I will spend one of my misfortune points to have her roll a 6 on the damage.
Great.
Dice, sorry.
Great.
So it's 2 damage dice. One of them is a 6.
Boy, that's.
And the other one is a 1. So that's continuing to roll the 6. That's a 2. So 6 plus 2 is 8. Plus 1 is 9. Plus her, I think she has a +6. Yes.
Jeez.
So that is 15.
Great. My damage threshold is 7, and the next one up is 13.
All right. So you take 2 wounds.
Oh, great.
Cool. You go to moderately, right?
Yes, and I am wearing armor. That should be said.
Yes. So you do not bleed.
Yay.
Which is good. However, you still need to roll to see if you get an injury. 1d6.
Oh.
Her attacks are actually no, they're not vicious. Sorry.
Okay, good. That's a 4.
Yeah, so no injury for that one. She leaps up, her claw comes down. You try to parry, but she's too fast and slashes across your arm, ripping into your flesh. That was her turn. Elgin, you're up next.
Okay, so am I? Can I reach this? The one that's the female?
Yes. You were standing pretty much, I suppose, right next to your pal Luciano, so you don't even have to move to hit her or to try it.
Can I move to flank inverted commas her? However.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
I certainly would want to do that.
All right.
And
There's 1 action point.
And then just try and stick her with this shiv.
All right, going in with the shiv for sure. You get +10, +20 in fact. You are 2 against 1, and you are behind her.
Okay. That is 27. That's a hit.
All right, she will try to dodge. Actually, no, she cannot. She does not have any action
Shiv,
points left.
Shiv is a fast weapon, so she got -10.
She cannot dodge. No action points left. Oh, and now you have what's it called? The grave root?
The grave root, yeah. With all 3 doses, she's paralyzed for 3 minutes.
The only problem is this creature is not undead.
Oh, but is it supernatural?
Yes, but I'm not sure if it's supernatural. Is a mutant supernatural?
I don't know.
Oh, that's what we're fighting? Okay.
All it says is only affects creatures classified as supernatural.
Alex, asking the hard questions.
I don't think it is, actually.
Okay, that's fine.
Hard to say. Damn. No, I don't think it is.
Okay, fair enough. In which case, I think we want to increase our odds here. If we can, I'm going to spend a fortune point to get an automatic 6 on the first Fury dice.
Nice. All right. So you have, you have 1 Fury die. You didn't do any charge or any fancy stuff.
Yeah.
So roll another d6.
Okay. So that is 3 + 6 + 5 is 14, all told.
14. That is enough for 2. Nice. So she goes from unwounded to moderately wounded as you run in and you stab her in the leg with your shiv. You shiv her in the leg. Prison style. Okay. Your shiv is what is your shiv rules?
It's fast and it's weak, which means it can only ever do, I think, moderate
rules.
Moderate or serious. It can never do grievous.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. So roll a d6. If you roll a 6, she will be wounded.
Nope, 4.
Okay. But still, she's hurt. Hissing at you now, and you see she has these maybe filed teeth or maybe naturally grown. It's pretty intimidating either way.
Okay, so we should bet like 2 and 3 for the misfortune pool.
Sorry?
Yeah, I used 1 up, so we're down to 2.
Yeah, and the misfortune should be at 3.
And I get 1. And I also used 1, so 2 and 3. You are correct.
2, so we should be at 3 on that one.
Yes, 2 and 3. I used 2. Exactly. Oh, it still says 3 and 4. What? Oh, I changed it. 2 and 3. Okay, maybe I need to make it disappear. There we go. Okay, that was Elgin. Wilfried, your turn. You are bleeding and you have this thing in your face.
Okay.
Rick tried to help you, but didn't seem to do much.
Yeah, I still have my sword in my hand.
Yes.
And how much action points would it cost me to get out my royal water, or what remains of it, and pour it into this thing's face?
So getting out stuff from like backpacks and such takes like 3 turns or something in this system. So I would not necessarily recommend it. It's not like D&D where you just like draw a healing potion and drink it in the same turn. So it's not really suited to do in the middle of the fight. I think it's like 2 turns or 3 full turns or something to do that. Like,
okay, so I would need to spend like 9 action points to
basically
get out.
That.
Okay. That's definitely not going to work then. Well, I have this sword in hand.
You do?
And special actions, reactions, movement actions. Yeah, I just gonna.
This is the first round of your.
Can I charge? Yep. Can I charge away from this thing, or can I only ever charge at something?
I mean, yes, you can charge at something. You can charge away. You can run away. You can move away. The point of charging is that you add damage to an attack. If you don't do that, there's no point in doing charging because you can just do double movement, basically.
Okay, in that case, I am just whacking it with my sword.
Okay.
With a... Wait. I cannot dodge since this is only for... Never parry, right?
Sorry?
In a melee attack.
Yes.
I can only ever parry melee attack.
Yes.
Okay, in that case, I will make a called shot with the sword and try to hit its neck.
All right. Plus 10.
Plus 10. Okay, so it is martial melee,
Yes.
which I don't have any skills in it, plus 10. So 44 or under. And I roll a 56.
No, the thing, you slash at its neck, but it dodges under it. Blade cutting through the air.
Okay, and
But
I will save my last remaining action point for parrying later.
Oh,
All right. It is the creature's turn now, and it will, looking at Wolfried as it ducks under its blade, it will slash you back at you instantly. No, it will miss. However, I will have it roll again because I can. Yeah, this time it does hit.
Okay, I parry.
Lashes out with its claws. All right. What is your parry chance?
Here, 34.
Okay, it is 4 because this thing is fast.
Okay, 24 or under. Come on, dice, don't fail me. And 78.
No. It slashes at you one more time. This time only 1 die of damage, luckily for you. That is nonetheless 8 points.
Okay, my peril thresholds are 6, 12, 18, and 24. And I'm... oh, wait, not... my damage thresholds are 3, 9, 15, and 21.
Okay,
so
you only take 1 additional level.
Okay, I'm now seriously wounded.
Yes. And I have to roll, and you have to roll 2d6 to avoid injury. If you roll one of those is a 6, you get a serious injury.
Okay. 4 and 3.
No serious injury for you this turn. All right, Luciano, your turn.
All right, I'm gonna take aim and hack at this thing that's just jumped at me.
The female one? Sure.
Yeah.
Go for it.
All right. So I have to get a...
So you are 2 against 1, which, and plus the aim, so that you get plus 20 for the attack.
All right, so I need a 72 or lower with my halberd. And I got a 4.
That will hit.
All right, cool.
He does not have any dodge left, so she cannot actually. Yeah, that's fine. Go for it.
All right. That's 8 damage.
Okay, that is 1 more. A roll 2d6.
2d6. All right. Injuries. 2 1s.
That was her turn. Your turn, I mean. Drick, you're up.
I will. I'm gonna try to do a trip takedown again with coordination.
You like your takedowns. Sure.
Yeah. Some. Any modifiers?
Nope. It's a opposing check.
All right, so it's gonna be 48 that I'm shooting for. That's a 39.
Okay. So that's a success, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a 39 as well, in fact.
Okay. It's 3 plus 5, 8 for.
Yeah, that is good enough.
Yeah.
It only has.
That's
Oh no, actually, sorry, no. I just saw it has a 6 on, not a 4. It's a modifier. So you try to kick at its legs, but this creature is fast and just leaps over it.
All right. Well, I'll just do a basic attack. Try and stab it between the shoulder blades or something.
All right.
Modifiers on that?
You have a stiletto or something?
Yeah, stiletto. So I'm just gonna try and sink it as deep as I can. To be plus 20 from being having the dock nearby? Or
+10.
+10? Okay. All right, I'll grab that later. All right, that's a 39, which. Okay.
Yeah.
So 49 is what I was shooting for. 39 is what I got, or 46.
All right. You hit.
That hits. Does he parry, or is he?
No, he does not have any action
Doesn't
points.
have any
I
points.
do. Actually, he does have action points left.
Okay.
He can. Can try to dodge. Yes, he dodges your blow.
Okay.
Out, twists out of the way.
All right. Yeah, I'm saving that last action point.
All right. The female one, seeing that she is that Elgin is behind her, she will twist around and slash at you, Elgin, and she will do a cold shot, claw straight at your face.
All right.
Yeah, hits. Oh, that's a 6. And that's a 5.
We just got fucked up.
That will be 17.
17.
Yes. The claw slash straight through your face.
Yep, that takes me to seriously wounded in 1 hit.
Cool. And you're also bleeding like hell because you're not wearing any armor. So you are seriously wounded. Roll me 2d6, please. Don't want any
That's
sixes.
a 4 and another 4.
Okay, no wound at least. Drick and Luciano, what are you at the moment? Drick is unhurt, I believe, yeah?
4 rounds. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That is correct.
I am at moderately wounded, but I'm wearing armor, so I'm not bleeding.
Yes. All right. So Elgin is also bleeding, and it is your turn, Elgin. The first turn that you are bleeding.
Okay, so I've got 3 turns left after the
Pretty
run.
much.
Okay. Well, I don't see that I have a lot of choice. Shiv it again.
Go for it.
No bonus since she's focused on me now, or
Plus 10 nonetheless, because there is Luciano still helping you
all right.
out just by standing there.
38, 47. Yeah, that's a hit.
Okay, she will take that strike,
So it's
saving her
3
last action point.
plus 1, 4. It's not going to touch her.
No. You swing your hammer, but she basically catches your arm.
No, I'm still using my shiv.
Oh yeah, sorry, Shiv. Well,
Yeah.
he's going for a stab, and she catches your wrist,
Yeah.
so twists it and pushes you away. Elgin, that was your turn. Wilfried, that was the second turn of your bleeding, my friend.
Yep, second turn of bleeding. First of all, what are the characteristics of the stiletto I got from the dead guy?
Elgin, tell him, please. I don't feel like.
Yep. Give me a sec.
It's fast, vicious, weak.
Okay, and damage-wise?
It'll always be a d6 plus your brawn bonus.
Combat
Plus
bonus.
your combat mod
Sorry,
bonus.
combat? Oh yeah, sorry, yes, it's because I've got a weapon that does brawn. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. The ham,
yeah.
add their brawn bonus, but most weapons do combat bonus.
Okay, so with my brawn bonus, okay, that's
No,
my combat bonus is +4, so it's actually better than my Dirk, which is only 1d6 + 3.
Dirk is like a shitty homemade thing. A stiletto is a professional killing weapon.
Okay, I pull out the stiletto with my left hand as I'm ambidextrous.
Yep, that is 1 action point.
Yep, then I am using the next action point to is not possible, and it's not possible. Make a simply melee attack on the thing gnawing on me.
All right, go for it.
Because everything else
Plus 10, 2 against 1.
Yep, plus 10 combat, so 44 again. And come on, dice, don't fail me. And oh yes, 4 out of 44.
Hits. This
hits?
creature has, yes, it does have an action point left. It will dodge.
And -10. So
Sorry?
Add a -10 because fast.
Oh yeah, good point. That will actually not succeed because of the fast. So go for damage.
Okay. So the sword is 1d6 plus modifier.
You're attacking with the stiletto, though, aren't you?
I was originally intending to use the sword, but
Well, if you use the sword, then it dodges. That's fine with me because the sword is not fast.
in that case, I'll go with the stiletto, as that thing is, if I'm allowed,
Sure.
of course. Okay, the stiletto is also 1d6 plus modifier, plus as I'm because it is a light. Oh no, damn it! It is a light weapon, and if I hold it in the offhand, okay, never mind then. 1d6 plus 4, it is 10.
10. Not
Oh,
bad.
exploding, guys. Another d6.
Yes, if you roll the 6, the dice explode. You can roll another one.
Okay, so we're at 10 and 15.
15. That is 2 levels. You stab the male creature in the side of the ribs with your stiletto, and roll a d6.
Is it 2d6 because it gets an extra dice for vicious?
Oh yes, it is vicious. If the stiletto is vicious, then it is indeed 2d6. Yes.
So roll another d6 for damage.
Yep.
No.
So 2d6
Oh,
coming up.
2d6 for the wounds. Okay, sorry.
2d6, 5 and 5.
No.
Oh.
Close, but no cigar. Well, and then its turn. It will really angrily that you stabbed in the side, try to finish you off, slash at you, grab you, and rip its teeth into your throat. Basically,
I still got 1 action point left to parry.
Yes, indeed you have. It will use that's 3 action points. It will use a takedown first, as it basically just smashes its elbow into your face, trying to force you onto the ground.
Mm-hmm.
That is a coordination check, please.
Okay. Any modifiers?
No, it is an opposed check. Opposed check.
Okay.
I will re-roll that. Yep, that is success.
Okay, 41 or under, and I rolled 88.
Okay, so you,
which I will re-roll if I'm allowed to.
well, you have two misfortune pool, 2 dice in the fortune pool. So both of our pools go. Actually, no, mine goes to 2 again.
Yeah.
And yours goes down.
I re-roll, and 26.
Okay, so that is success.
Yep.
Roll the 26, so 2 plus whatever your agility bonus is.
4, so 6.
Okay, the creature has an agility bonus of 6, so it beats you. Nonetheless, you smack onto the ground, and it leaps onto you to finish you off, teeth into your throat. That is a normal attack.
Okay, can I still try to parry it, though I'm on the ground, or?
You can. I will give you so the attack is fast, which is a -10 for your parry, and because you're on the ground, I'll give you another -10. It's awkward to parry as you're lying on your leg, on your back. So -20.
Okay, -20 on the combat roll, so 14 or under.
Whew, okay.
At 8.
As the teeth go at your throat, you manage to push one of your arms in between, and it's just like trying to rip your throat out, but not quite there. Oh, that would have been a lot of damage if that hit. Okay. Luciano.
All right, I'm gonna drop my halberd and get out my sword and shield. I'm stab this.
2 action points.
2 action points. All right, I'm not gonna do that because otherwise I won't be able to really attack. I'm gonna try aiming and halberding this thing again then.
Go for it. That is a +30 for you now with the aim.
Ooh, all right. So looking for an 82. That is a 19.
Yeah, it will dodge. It has 1 action point left and succeeds. You stab out, but it twists aside.
Okay. Well, damn it. All right. One action. One action point left.
What do you want to do?
I'm gonna attack it again. Got nothing else.
Only one attack per turn, I'm afraid.
Okay. I'm going to
Trip it.
I could trip it. I can't disarm it because I'd have to literally take off its arm.
Yes, exactly.
Oh yeah, I could.
Well, I mean, you could disarm it by like because it cannot use primary hand until next turn. So you could just like maybe like actually disarm it, but like maybe disable it or like
You could
Maybe.
smack it on the arm.
All right, I'll try doing that. It's a coordination check.
I believe so.
That's what it says. Okay, let's do it. Come on, coordination. No, 78.
yeah.
Okay. That was Luciano's turn. Drick, the only uninjured member of the whole fight.
Yeah. So the male one that's trying to eat my friend's face, would he be considered prone?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could just. Okay, he did burn the bull's action points already, so I don't need to do a couple shot. I could just do. I'm gonna aim for one action point and just try to like get him in the back of the spine or something.
Go for it. So +10.
So, sorry.
+10 in total.
So it would be plus 20 total.
No, only +10 because Wilfred is on the ground now. It's
Okay, so not really helping out there.
sort of-
Okay, so just plus 10. All right, so that's gonna be a target of 46. Fuck you. 51. Off by 5.
You stab out, but you slash in the air. You stab only air.
All right. I will try a takedown. That's my last action point. So that's coordination. So target of 48 for me. That's 26.
All right.
So
How many degrees do you have?
5. So 7 total.
Okay, that is not good enough, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
These creatures are very fast. It's hard
Yeah.
to take. You kick at its legs, but it just ignores it pretty much. Preserving its balance. The female one, already severely injured, will angrily slash at Luciano, trying to finish him off. And you don't have any action points left, Luciano, is that correct?
That is correct.
So it sees that you have overexerted yourself, and it will aim and slash you across the stomach, trying to rip open your stomach. Yeah, it will hit. Oh, and that's a 6. Ah, shit. There goes my die.
It's a 1. It's a 1.
Fell off the table, doesn't count.
That's a 15 in total.
All right, so 7, 13, 9. So I am at grievously wounded. Fun
Boy.
time.
Okay, it rips into your stomach. You feel the muscles tearing open as its claws cut through. There's a lot of blood. Not as much, though, as Elgin and Wilfred are losing, funnily enough. However, you need to roll me 3 dice.
Oh boy. All right. Here we go. Let's do this. Let's not die. 4, 5, and a 3.
No injury. Yeah, getting a grievous injury is not a good thing. I would not recommend it. You saw what happened to the Raven Guard, Raven brother.
Yep.
Okay, that was her turn. She keeps 1 action point. Elgin, second round of you bleeding.
Yes. Okay. So she's got an AP left, yeah.
Yes, she does. She's still keeping an eye out, waiting for you to blow.
Called shot is 2 AP. Does that include the attack?
I'm pretty sure
Yes.
it does.
Yeah.
It says make a combat-based test.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Okay, so called shot on her then.
go for it. You get a +10.
+10. Okay. Oh, that's a miss. 87.
All right.
Is there anything?
You want to use the last fortune pool point?
No, someone with a bigger weapon than my shiv should try that.
All right. Wilfried, your third turn of bleeding. I believe you're dead next turn.
Yep, it indeed. And the thing is actually laying on top of me. Does this
It's lying on top of you. It was sort of bent down, tried to bite you, but you pushed it off. It's sort of towering above you, but it's not on top of you. You can stand up if you want.
Okay. Quick question before I die from blood loss. Can
Yes.
I try to improvise some bandages out of the ropes, of the bloody ropes I got from the...
You can. It takes you, however, 3 action points to stem the bleeding. Getting bandages, I'd say, is at least another action point. So you can do it, but you would have to buy an additional action point using your last fortune pool point.
Okay. And the thing can still attack me.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
It's right after you.
Okay. The one guy having bandages is Elgon,
Yes.
and he has 1 left.
Correct.
You have no clue.
And initiative order, after me comes the male thing fighting with me. After that comes Luciano.
Yes. You're
And after
way too tactically. What do you want to do in this very moment? You don't know anything about initiative order, who has bandages, and so on and so on.
okay. Sorry, mea culpa. Yeah.
You feel
Yeah,
that blood is pouring out of your side, and you feel that you're very close to fainting. And you have seen enough people die from blood loss that you know that you're very close to it. Do you want to?
Yeah. I'm not going to succumb to that. I buy 1 action point and start fabricating bandages and stem the bleeding.
Okay, you sort of still on the ground. The creature has thankfully turned away from you a little bit when Drick was attacking it. And you are trying to stop the bleeding. And I believe it's automatic and 3 action points and have bandages.
What? You were a bit cutting out.
Oh, okay. I believe it happens automatically if you spend 3 action points and have bandages.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure of that, but I'm actually, let me check. I'll check this real quick. I have the page written down. Bleeding. Providing you have a bandage to expend, it doesn't require us taking 3 action points. Yes. You can also try to cauterize it. That's another point, another way to do it. But that's not quite as nice as... So you can, by spending that last point, you can stop the bleeding for now.
Yeah, I stopped bleeding.
All right. You're no longer... Well, you're still bleeding, but not to an extent that will kill you, basically. Anytime soon. And you're still on the ground. Creature, seeing that you are weakened and half dead anyway, will turn towards Drick. And you have an action point left, Drick, or no?
Nope.
Then, aimed attack. Misses. God damn it.
Hey.
Okay. It will try a takedown. You did it to it.
Okay.
Great.
Great, motherfucker.
Smashes its elbow in your face. And it fails as well. Okay. Luciano, your turn.
All right. Cold shot on this thing in front of me. I got nothing else right now.
Cold shot. Okay.
Yeah, let's do it. Do I have any bonuses? Just
You have
outflanking.
Yes.
Plus 20. Okay, cool. Let's go. 23 on 72.
Okay. Cannot dodge.
Yeah, there we go.
Strike at it.
Okay. Let's do that 6.
It's already seriously wounded, so a good roll will finish it off.
I got a 7.
That might not even be enough to deal damage.
Ah!
That is just enough to deal damage.
Yes.
So she goes down to grievously wounded as you stab her in the back with your spear. Roll me 3d6s.
This is really where I wish I was using my sword. I got a 6. Yes.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, let's see what happens.
All
Shall
right.
we? Roll me a d100.
All right. That's a 50. 50.
50. So you strike at the critter's right hand and slash it open, basically. The hand is mutilated. And
Ooh.
it's just hanging there, basically. Ah! Stumbles backwards, still fighting, but its main hand is slashed open and unusable.
Right. And I'm going to just wait to use a parry or something.
Okay. Drick, your turn. The only one still unwounded.
Hearing that, I think I will. Oh shit! Let me use 2. So I can't do that. Well,
The creature in front of you has no action points left. The male one.
oh, all right. Well, opportunity attack is 0 though.
Yes.
I kind of want to charge the other one, hearing its shriek.
It is pretty heavily injured.
No, I mean, I'm fighting this one. Let's try for. Let's try for a stunning blow.
A stunning blow. Interesting.
Yeah.
Athletics check against toughness.
Yeah. So I'm shooting. Any bonuses whatsoever? Just straight
No,
roll. Okay. So 37 is what I'm looking for. Add 1 to the fortune pool. That's a 99. And I'm going to re-roll it.
You have once more. You have and you're re-rolling it, so that
I'm
gives me,
re-rolling it.
I believe. So I go up to 2.
That's an 8. Mother.
Hit. It has 2. Sorry, you rolled an 8, yeah?
Yes.
Where is it? Stunning blow, toughness. No, it fails. I will not re-roll it. That's okay.
Okay. All right. So it starts with 1 less AP until it resists.
Yeah, I assume it's like at the end of its turn, it can roll a toughness
Yeah,
test.
yeah. That's what it sounds like. I've still got 2 action points.
You smack it.
How about
Basically, right hook in the face.
how about a dirty tricks while I'm at it?
Everything. What are you trying to do?
Fuck it. I've been going about this
Dirty
all wrong.
are you trying?
So that's a guile. Looks like guile tests. Foe must resist awareness or
How are you trying to blind it?
You know what? I'm just. Do I just Three Stooges it and just like.
Yeah, that works.
All right. So is that still guile or is that?
Yeah, that's a guile check. Yeah, you're like fainting and then stabbing out. A guile
Right.
check.
So
Awareness.
I have a rank in that.
Yeah.
So 56 is what I'm shooting for. That's a 21.
This is not bad. I fail once more. God damn it. I think I might use a. No, that's okay. I'll leave it. It's fine. It's only until the next turn.
So I took stiletto in one hand, bopped it in the side of the head, and then like jabbed it in the eyes. I've still got 1 action point left.
You can attack.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and like drive the stiletto up underneath its like under the chin if I hit. That's a 22.
Hit.
So that's
Oh,
a good
that's
success.
Critical success. That means it can't dodge, but it can't dodge anyway.
Yeah.
If you have a critical success on an attack, it cannot dodge or parry.
All right, so
but it's already blind. And you stab it in the side, the side of the neck. Roll damage.
all right, come on. Show me a 6. Show me a 6. Oh, I thought it was a 6. It was a 3. So 3 plus my combat is 4, so 7.
Yeah, that's just enough to injure it further. That is seriously wounded now.
Okay.
So you have a weapon.
A vicious stiletto.
So that is 3 dice.
All right. Oh, on the table, Kevin. That's a 6.
All right.
3
Now
plus 6.
takes a serious wound. Roll 1d100. A serious injury, I mean.
All right. That's a 70.
70.
70.
Oh shit. A stress fracture. It cannot dodge or parry anymore. So you basically fracture its skull in the as you stab it in the side of the face. The bone breaks underneath, and it just. Okay. The only one who's like uninjured. Everyone's like dying around him, including.
It's because Drick is competent. The rest of us are not.
Experienced grave robbery.
All right, the previously injured female one, with her hand mangled, will try to finish Luciano off.
No.
Slashing at him, and she will do a cold shot.
Oh, God damn it.
And misses. I will re-roll that. So bad.
Oh, God.
Yeah, hits.
Okay.
Well,
no, I cannot.
let's see what the damage brings. The damage brings I believe it's 9 in total. Yes.
Well, I'm dead.
Yes, you are. In fact,
I have been slain.
Mangled
Nice knowing
hand.
you guys.
It will shoots out. Actually, yeah, it still hits, even though it's offhand. I had flipped the thing, but it it rolled a 40, so that's a 4 flipped, so it still hits you. As you are getting ready to give it its final blow, the left claw shoots out and tears through your throat, and you're like, and you see Elgin, you see Luciano drop his halberd, drop down to his knees, and then technically you have a fate point that you could use to avoid being killed in this instance, but because this is a one-shot, no fate points being used this time, I'm afraid.
Oh. All right. Well.
So Luciano is met the final load in this place. And fight continues over his dead body. Elgin, your turn.
No, it bleeding doesn't. I'm presuming, since just about the most recent thing I did before we got here was bandage up Felix.
Yes.
That the bandages are sort of near the top of my backpack.
Sure.
Okay, so I am going to spend 2 AP to maneuver out of the fight so he doesn't get an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
And head to my backpack and start bandaging myself.
Okay, well, you'll have to finish it next turn.
Yep.
I'm glad you didn't
Yeah,
have
I've got one. This is my 3rd turn. I've got next turn will be my last turn, as it were, bleeding out.
Okay. You maneuver out, yes, avoiding opportunity attacks with the female. Wilfried, you're still on the ground, but you are alive.
Yes, I spend 2 action points getting up,
Yep.
and seeing that Luciano has recently died, and the weakened male, fallen, the weakened male creature in front of me, I'm going to how does a chokehold work? Can the foe still attack me if I chokehold him?
I believe yes, it can.
Okay, in that case,
it cannot attack anyone else.
Okay. In that case, I'll just try to hit it with my sword.
All right.
So martial melee, and as I'm standing in the back of the thing, and Dirk
You get
is
plus 20. total.
Dirk plus 20, so
Yes,
54.
he's also blinded.
It is blinded, which means it cannot dodge or parry.
Yeah, it cannot dodge. So a normal melee attack.
No, it can't dodge
54.
because it has a skull fracture.
Yep, 54 or under. Come on, dice, be my favorite. And oh no. Oh shit.
What happened?
99.
99. A critical fail, which means that it's not too bad. Don't worry. The only thing it means is you take 12 points of peril.
Okay, which is the second level of my peril threshold.
Go down 2 levels.
2 levels, okay.
So
now-
does it have to exceed the threshold?
No, you have
Or-
to reach it. No,
Okay.
you're right. You have to exceed it.
So that'd be one level then for
Yeah,
him?
only 1. Yeah, right. You're right.
Okay. Okay, and that's my turn.
Okay. You getting very nervous as you are aware that you're very close to death and you slash out, but nope. Okay. That was Wilfried's turn. The male one is stunned and blinded. Well, it is no longer blinded. Not that that helps much. Stunned, and will go after Drick furiously. And it will do a cold shot. Drick. That hits. And I will use my last misfortune pool to make that a 6. I know, I'm good and very nice, I know.
Yeah. Love you.
Yeah, that is 16.
Oh boy, that's 2 levels.
Only 2
Wait, hold
levels.
on. Wait. That's 3 levels.
Yeah, I thought so. And
Yeah, I was
bleeding.
looking at peril. 1, 2, 3. Seriously wounded. And I guess I'm
Okay.
bleeding, huh?
Roll 2d6.
3 and a 4.
No injury, at least. It lashes out full of fury after all these shitty things that you have done to it and cuts, basically rips open your chest. You feel the muscles tearing, and there's this horrible loose feeling now in your chest as blood just pours down through your trousers and that through your ripped cloak. You are bleeding, my friend. And that was its turn. You're up next. First turn of your bleeding. What is your brawn bonus?
Brawn bonus is 3.
So you have on the fourth turn you will die
Okay.
if you don't stem the bleeding. This is the first one. What do you do?
How badly hurt is the male?
It is seriously wounded.
Which is the second level?
They are both
Third.
serious. Actually, the female is grievously wounded. So the female is 1 step away from death. The male one is 2 steps away.
Okay. Let's.
What do you do?
Trying to think. So he used.
Oh, he has to resist the stunned.
Oh yeah, that too.
He does resist. He's no longer stunned.
Okay. But he burned both his action points in that. Was it?
Sorry? Yeah,
He burned both.
he only did 1 attack. It was 1
Okay, so
attack.
he still got 1 point left.
No, he does not.
Okay. Well then, I will aim and stab
Plus 10 or plus 20 aim?
plus 10, and then I've got the dock right behind him.
Yes, so that is you get a plus with aim. You get plus 20 in total.
Okay. So I'm looking at a 56. Oh, come on, 96. All right.
There's 1 last point in your fortune pool.
There is. I think I'll just no. I'm Gonna let it be.
Well, you want to use it or no? Decide quickly.
No.
All
Not
right.
using it.
It is the female's turn. With her offhand, she turns to Elgin, sees him bandaging himself, sees her partner in peril, and will run over and charge Wilfried with her offhand attack.
Okay.
Hits.
Okay.
And I believe you do not have any action points left.
Nope.
Does it hit with both?
That will be, I think it's 8. Plus 6, yes, 8.
8. Okay.
Did it hit flips still?
Sorry?
Did it hit no switch for the offense?
I can't understand. You're roboting real hard at the moment.
He asked whether the flipped thing would still hit.
Good point. Yes, it does. I rolled a 21, so 12 flipped.
Okay. That with 8, my damage thresholds are 3, 9, 15, and so on. So that brings me down 1 level, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I am now at grievously wounded.
And you're also bleeding again.
Okay. So bleeding again, dead in 4 turns.
Yes.
Okay. And I have to roll for grievously 3d6 to see whether I get a wound, right?
You have to, yes.
Whoa. Okay. 1 fell from the table. 1, 4, and 5.
No wounds, no injuries. Elgin.
Bandaging all this turn, I believe.
Yes, which means you stop the bleeding and survive for now. Wilfried.
Okay. I use 1 action point to aim at the male creature, and the second one to make a normal melee attack with my sword.
All right. And you get a plus 20 in total. Actually, no, you do not. It's 2 against 2 now. Just a plus 10.
Okay, so 44 or under. Come on, dice. Come on, don't fail me. And 37, that hits.
70,
All right.
73, flip to fail. It's a martial weapon.
No, that is a martial weapon. Martial weapon. Is that an advanced skill?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it is. Shit, I didn't know that. So you have to flip to fail. You're right. Martial melee is an advanced skill.
Okay. Shit, I didn't know that either.
Oh, well, we'll just not do it this time.
Okay.
Now we know, but we'll finish the one shot like we were playing, like we were originally. But
Okay,
that's a good point.
so
Thank you.
the sword is vicious and has a 1d6 plus modifier. My combat modifier is 4, so it's 1d6 plus 4. And as I'm have a light weapon in my offhand, I add +1 to total damage.
You do, yes. So 1d6 plus 5.
So 3, so 8 damage.
8 damage. That is just enough to bring it down another notch. It is grievously wounded now because you're using a vicious weapon. You're rolling 4d6.
Okay. 4, 2, 5, and 6.
So 1 6 is there. That's all you need. That is a grievous wound.
Okay, so 1d100 coming up.
Yes.
And 92.
92.
That's going to stick.
Okay, so you slash through the creature's face and you basically cut through its eyes. It is permanently blinded. Stumbles backwards, blood shooting down its face like terrible tears. Okay, still standing, but not looking good at all. And it is now its turn. It will. It's not much you can do. Let's see. What does the blinded condition actually do? Blinded. That's all it does. Well, I mean, it's sort of lashing at you blindly. Can't see much. But it hits nonetheless.
Okay, I have 1 action point left and try to parry.
Yes, it is still fast, which means that you get -10 to parry.
Okay, and it is a combat test, right?
Yes.
Okay, so 24 or under. Come on, dice. And 65.
Okay. And that will be 9 points.
Which brings me down a level, which means I'm slain.
The creature, with its eyes cut through, leaps backwards, lashes out, and catches you straight through the face, and rips your skull open with its claws. And Wilfried dies. Drick, you're up. You have 2 grievously wounded creatures in front of you. A male one is also blinded. The female one has her right hand broken and mangled.
I see behind them, Elgin has finished patching himself up.
Yep. He doesn't look great either.
Yeah. I look at him and I just start like pulling at the sleeve to start tearing my own bandages, I guess.
Well, this is your second turn, so you still have 2 turns before you die.
Yeah, well, I've got a turn where I have to spend all 3 action points to.
That is correct. That would
okay,
be
well,
I believe.
We still have a fortune point left. I could try to. Okay, I'm gonna try and stab the blind male.
Go for it.
Just a regular attack.
No aiming, nothing?
Nope.
All right.
How many action points is it going to take me for like tear for the bandages? Just
I'd say 2 action points.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take an attack and then start.
For that sort of thing, but we'll just wing it for now.
72, I miss. Yeah, I miss.
Use the last fortune pool point.
Use it. Use it.
Well,
unless you need it for an extra action later on.
No, I will need that next turn for. Well, no. Yeah, fuck it. Let's use it.
All right, go for it.
That's an 8.
Yes.
It's roll damage.
That's on the bloody guy. He can't parry.
He cannot do anything. No, he's blinded.
All right. It's 5 plus 4, so 9. That kills him.
That will do it. Yes, you leap up on into his back as he's blinded, and just at the same moment, basically, as he slashes through Wilfried's face,
and it's
you
like base of the skull.
Or that works too. Yeah.
Yeah.
You cut through the top of its skull, its spine,
and then just start pulling at my sleeve to ripping it for bandages. And
as it goes down, the female one turns at you. No! And I can see this madness in her eyes. And it is her turn.
Shit, I was hoping Elgin went first.
Cold shot.
Yeah. I used up all my points, so it doesn't matter.
I believe that is a... Yeah, that's a miss. That because of the flipped dice, it misses. She slashes with her offhand, but you stumble backwards and get out of the way.
All right.
She has 1 more action point. She will try a takedown, leaping after you and pummeling you in the face.
Bring it, bitch.
That is a coordination test.
I'm good at coordination too. I'm not that good. 90.
You drop. And she's sort of now above you, trying to finish you off. But Elgin is up first.
How many action points does it take to retrieve something from her backpack?
A lot. A lot.
Like 3?
No, 8 or something.
Oh.
It said I think it says 2 full or 3 full turns or something like that. It's several turns.
I just wanted to see what would happen if I got my bottle bombs out. But that's not going to happen. Okay, I have no choice. I just have to rush at her and shiver while she's going.
Charge attack?
Yep.
Go for it. She has no action points left. She cannot dodge. And I have no misfortune points to buy her action points.
Hold on a second. And I'm going to charge.
Yep, you are at a +10 to hit.
Okay. All right, come on. But I missed.
You run in with your hammer, but you stumble over the dead bodies of one of the many slain.
Slipping on the blood as I approach.
Yeah, exactly. And she twists away the hammer, smacking onto the ground next to her. Drick, your turn.
I have to bandage.
Actually, sorry, Elgin, you have an action point left.
No, because the charge takes up 2 and the missed attack would take up the final one.
Oh, that's right. You're right.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. Of course.
Oh yeah.
Charge is just a movement. It's not an attack.
That's right.
So, Drick, what are you doing? Bandaging?
Bandaging. I have to. I can't.
All right. You're bleeding. And she attacks you once more. You have slain her mate. You have no action points left. So she does a double aimed attack. And again, because I have to flip the result, she
Was the
offhand attack.
was it 8 or 9 in the second slot?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay. That was her turn. Elgin.
Elgin.
Does she have any AP left?
No. She double aimed.
Okay.
Double aim.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Oh man.
You're at +10 because you're 2 against 1.
Yeah, and just want to check. D10.
You could double aim too. That's true.
I could, but if she turns on me, I'm in serious trouble. No, single aim. And it's
All right.
uh, 15. Yes.
Hits.
That's a hit.
Now let's see if you can kill her.
Okay. She can't dodge.
Nope. You hit her straight up.
So you.
Now you just need to get through her damage threshold.
Yeah. Now because this is pummeling, it's D4 plus 6. We got no fate fortune points left, have we?
That's it. We burn them all.
All right. That's 4. Oh, 6. Yes.
Oh shit!
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
continue. Exploding dice.
And a 5 for the second one, which is 15 all told.
You just, describe whatever you want to do, pretty much.
So it's actually, I didn't have my hammer, wasn't it? So it was straight down on the back of the skull while she's concentrating, aiming on at the other chap, and just bring it straight down, right on the top of the skull. 12-pound iron hammer.
Yeah, you hear this awful sound as her skull shatters. And she just drops like a sack of potatoes. And then with that, we have Drick and Elgin both.
I finished like tying off bandages, and it's kind of like just lay there for 10 minutes.
Yes. Well, I don't know about 10 minutes, maybe
Okay.
3, given our surroundings.
Sure.
All right. So you enter the temple. And in the temple, you find the remains of 2 half-eaten or mostly eaten corpses. 2 young guys who look like they haven't been dead for too long. The blood is not quite completely congealed yet. But as I said, they've been partially eaten. And however, there are scattered about 20 gold coins in the remains of these chaps. And there's also another body lying on a table, like half-rotten table, peacefully, the hands sort of crossed over his back. A man in his maybe late 40s, the grayish-brown beard, wearing a white shroud. Not perfectly white anymore because he has been dragged around a lot, but still noticeable.
Is he dead?
He's not breathing as far as you can tell. I mean, you can give me another... that would be scrutinize, I believe, in fact, in this case, because it is a person.
Straight roll?
Straight roll, yes.
All right, 42 is my goal. It's an 18.
In fact, looking at him closely, touching his skin, as like putting a hand in front of his mouth and such, he's breathing very, very faintly.
I put stiletto through the bottom of his chin.
Blood starts pouring onto his chest. He's no longer dead.
Let's get this fucker back.
Yeah.
All right, so both of you lost a lot of blood, grievously wounded, but
I'm not like making any like hard pace or anything. But
yeah, you're dragging the guy after you, and you will, after a while, manage to somehow make your way out. You will, over the course of the early hours of the morning, make your way out of the necropolis, somehow climb the wall. In fact, you will not have to climb the wall because Drick still remembers a passageway. You drag the corpse out that way.
Yeah.
Blood still sort of leaking behind. And back into Melgard. A few hours and a few small tricks. Drick knows people, luckily, to get you in with corpses.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's my first rodeo.
Yeah, exactly. After an hour or two after the morning rises over the city, you make your way back to the slaughterhouse, and you are carried back to Grimwald the Butcher, who looks at you and says, "Only two of you?"
So far,
Right there.
Given what we've seen, the others might be joining us.
Hope not. Hope not.
What do you mean? Where are they?
Well, up until a few hours ago, I would have said dead and gone. Now I think I'll just settle for dead.
Dead, right. Ah, well, their debt is paid one way or the other. Let me see that body. Alazar Ludring takes a few steps closer and looks at the body. What is this?
You asked for a corpse. We brought you a corpse.
I asked for a body.
Semantics.
Did you do this?
No, he was like that when we found him.
Give me a guile check.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Maybe I should have been on the ball.
That's a fail with a 94.
Okay, he looks at you. Who did this?
He did.
Eve.
Pointing at Drick with that dagger that he's wearing at his belt, right there. He did it. I tried to stop him.
Grimwald takes a step closer and grabs you by the throat and sort of pushes you back against the wall, grabs your arm as you're going for the stiletto. You. He just like choking you basically, and you're like, and then he releases you. Tell me one reason why I should let you leave alive. I'm waiting.
I think
You gotta took me out.
Silence.
Give me a second.
Speak. Kendrick.
Clearly, you can trust me to go on, do more kinds of things like this for you in the future.
Give me a charm tech.
All right. So this is straight 46. All right. That is a 12.
You have proven yourself. You are capable, more capable than others. You have returned from Necropolis. Next time, you do as you are told. Am I understood?
Loud and clear.
Good. Elgin, your debt is paid.
I'm grateful. Thank you.
Pleasure doing business with you. Come back to us if you need some more.
Oh.
Dick.
No. I think I'm fine. Thank you.
Of course you are. We are all just fine. Kendrick, we will be in contact.
Look forward to it.
Boys, show him the door. Two of the Red Hook gang come up, grab you, lift you up, and basically carry you through the soldier house and then push you out the door.
Yeah.
Quite violently. You smack onto the ground, lying there. And Elgin, you see just Elgin C walking away, disappearing into the crowd. And your thoughts are filled with pain, the desire to breathe with like a injured windpipe, and whatever the future might bring. And with that, we'll end tonight's one-shot. Longer than expected, but I suppose learning a new system and all that has its little tricky parts. But I have to say I enjoyed it a lot, especially the bleeding mechanic is...
That's harsh.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's why you wear armor if you're going to not just clothing.
And I was the first, and the person in the armor was the first one to die.
Well, to be fair, I did kind of use misfortune point to hit you really badly.
True. I could have used laudanum as well, which I forgot I had.
Yep, you could have, and you could have used the red cat mushroom as well. Oh well.
But I have to say I like the combat system still quite a bit.
It's very Warhammer-esque, only even deadlier ways with the bleeding mechanic and everything. So that was pretty great. I'm sure I'll be running more Zweihänder in the future, and probably even in the city of Melgard. I sort of like this setting. And who knows, maybe we'll have at least two guys who might show up again, Elgin and Kendrick. Maybe their stories will continue. So
we'll see.
Unless we are really also rising at Necropolis.
Very well be, but
We're back.
going to bring you back as player characters, I'm afraid. So you might show up, but...
Looking really forward to it.
Right.
And thank you guys for playing. It was great fun.
Yeah,
It was awesome.
And if someone's still watching this after like 5 hours, 6 hours, I don't know how long we're going.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you. I hope you love Zweihänder as much as I do at the moment. I'll be running more Zweihänder in the future. And this was the third game of 7 days, 7 games. Tomorrow we are playing Dark Ages Call of Cthulhu, 985 Anno Domini in small village just about a day's march of Vienna. The vampire of Schwarzbrunn is awaiting to see if and how that will go. Until then, Trumas Game says good night and bye-bye.